It's Mike Van Eaton and Ed Squair. Welcome to a quick pop-up Saturday before Mother's Day auction with some very cool stuff. And thanks for joining us on short notice, and hopefully it'll pay off for you guys with some great deals on some great items here. We're going to get this auction going. If you haven't bid with us before, it's an automated auction. Once we start it runs. Each piece will come up for about 30 seconds. If somebody bids on that piece, it will reset and keeps resetting until there's no bidding for about 20 seconds, and then it'll close the lot and move on to the next one. It's pretty simple. A lot of great deals we'll talk about, and some other interesting things happening here at Van Eaton Galleries we'll mention to you, but I'm going to get the auction underway with lot number one. And we like to make sure everything's working good. This lot doesn't have any bids, Ed, so it'll be good to see if it works. And there it goes. As you can see, there's a little clock right there by the amount that'll just clock down. If nobody bids on it, it'll just end.
But if somebody bids on it,
it just resets back out. And we'll see. We'll see how that goes. It'll be pretty exciting. There's a lot of cool stuff in this auction we can talk about.
There is. I can tell you that several people on the auction team have bid on items in this.
Oh yeah, there's some great stuff.
Yeah.
I actually like the second lot that's coming up. I'm gonna wait to see it come up because I think this is so cool.
Yeah, I haven't seen. Oh no, I saw this.
Lantern slides, right?
Yeah.
These are cool. We happen to have a lot of old projection equipment here right now, and lantern slides. Those, that projector has actually fits slides also.
Right.
But these are really, really cool. Part of the time when
this is kind of early home entertainment.
Early home, that's exactly what it is. Early home entertainment, everything. This is something the kids would sit there, I guess, and watch. I think this one plugs in, right? This is a
This is electric. We're in the 30s here.
Oh, that's right. We have one here from the 1800s, folks.
Yeah.
And it does not plug in, but and it's amazing. Oh, I have to show that to you, Zach. Oh, Zach's here too. Zach, our engineer. I'm so sorry.
Hello.
Zach. I forgot you were here today. But appreciate that. I'm hearing.
We've got the reverb again.
There's an echo, yeah. So somebody online is saying there's an echo. You folks have a message. You can a message machine. You can a message square. You can actually type in if you're bidding,
and that's very helpful to us.
Yeah, it is.
If they're hearing an echo at home,
yes,
it might be, because I just checked all of our feeds here, it might be that they have two separate windows open and there's a delay on one of them.
Or they might be hearing it, because we're hearing
it.
Well,
I went into here and I couldn't hear it, but if they could, then they might have it really, really loud.
That's weird. Oh, this is a nice book, Ron, the Donald Duck Whitman book. Nice early Whitman book. Whitman was one of the really early licensees with Disney through Kay Kamen, and lots of great books that came out in the early 30s. And
this is beautiful illustration of that original Donald Duck.
I love that Donald Duck with the big bill like that. He's great. He's great. So there must be another remote, just somewhere.
Yeah.
Or
I think we have the same problem with the setting to the bar that we did last time, because it's coming out of the bar, just like we did with
I
Caleb.
should be able to. Oh, it's a setting on the TV, right?
Yeah.
All right, we'll do that on it. We'll take a break and we'll fix that in just 1 second. So, what kind of, in fact, while you're telling us the Disney news, I'll see if I can't make that happen here.
So you forgot what the Disney news was this week? I'm sure you heard it.
You got me.
They announced they're making a new theme park in Abu Dhabi.
I have not heard this.
You hadn't heard that? Yeah, this is going to be the 7th Disney resort globally in Abu Dhabi. It's supposed to open in the early 2030s. Disney says this new venture will be its most technologically advanced park, which makes sense because each one they make should be the most technologically advanced. But anyways, blending with the city of Abu Dhabi's future-oriented aesthetic.
Really?
And we have a piece of concept art that's been released with the announcement. I'm sure it's going to be a spectacular-looking park.
Wow. And
in researching this, I see that it's going to be on Yas Island, Y-A-S, Yas Island, where Morale has developed other resorts. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
That'll do. Including SeaWorld. And I didn't realize, I think I knew this, but I forgot it. There's a Warner Brothers World in Abu Dhabi. Did you know that?
No.
I think I knew it. It opened in 2018. I think I knew it and forgot it.
I don't get to Abu Dhabi very much.
No.
Problem.
That's my thought. But there's a Warner Brothers. It opened in 2018. It's got 6 themed lands: Gotham City, Metropolis, Cartoon Junction with Tom and Jerry and Scooby-Doo, Bedrock, Dynamite Gulch with Bugs Bunny, and the Warner Brothers Plaza with kind of a classic Hollywood theme. But it's really interesting to see. Now that photo is, some of these photos look a little CGI-ish or Photoshop composite-ish, but it's also the world's largest indoor theme park, entirely indoor.
Really?
So some of those shots with the sky above, that's a projected sky, kind of like Caesar's Palace Promenade in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
But you can see here, I just grabbed some photos from random people online, but there's
That's
the
great.
Scooby-Doo the house with the sky above with the ceiling with clouds on it. But it looks like a really interesting park.
It makes me, sadly, all I think about is I'd like to go there to see all the cool merchandise that we can't get here that I could buy.
Kind of, yeah.
That's sort of what it does for me. Like, dang,
But
is
this-
it worth making the trip? I don't know.
But they have a whole Gotham City metropolis art sec. I just love this figure of the Joker.
Mhm.
Trust me, go that way. Great kind of piece to put in
Yeah,
a park, But I'd love to visit. I mean, unfortunately that's my thought about the Abu Dhabi park is I'll probably never go to Abu Dhabi to visit the park, but I think you could have a great month there seeing the different parks. The photos I've seen of their SeaWorld are fantastic.
That is so cool.
Yeah, and that's just to show the name badges look suspiciously similar.
Wow, yeah, they
Or
do.
very coincidentally, very similar to Disney badges.
That's pretty
But who
fun.
can blame them?
So they're they're going to build another Disneyland park. But
They're
it's
gonna
be in Abu Dhabi.
build. There have been no specific announcements that I can see of content there. Like they're not saying we're gonna have this land or that or.
But every park seems to have a magic kingdom, right?
Yes.
So you would think
Yeah.
they would keep that theme
Yeah.
going, but you never know. You never know.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, there's do they all, I think they all basically have a main street too. I mean, it's the World Bazaar in Tokyo, but it's basically Main Street, same as Disneyland. I'm not that up on the Shanghai park. I don't know much about what's unique about the Shanghai park.
well, the Shanghai park has some, I know, unique rides, the Tron ride and.
Yeah.
things
Okay,
like that.
I've
Well, the
actually-
Tron ride's not unique anymore, but the Pirates ride there. is-
Oh, that's right, the Shanghai Pirates is amazing.
Yeah.
I have family that's visiting the Hong Kong park like this weekend, so I'm gonna get a report on the Frozen ride there and
Oh, yeah,
other
yeah,
stuff that's
yeah.
unique to that one.
Because when that park came out, that park was just a Disneyland park.
Yeah.
Very much just Disneyland recreated over there, I think. So.
I want to say, sorry, we've got some great magazines here. I had never seen this issue before. It's really a beautiful piece.
What great artwork, huh?
Yeah, it's off the Tenggren, the original
I was about to
stuff.
say, it's a Tenggren for sure.
And you
yeah.
can see the pages inside. I flipped through this one describing it. So it's a really nice little piece for Snow White. And follow up the souvenir program from Radio City Music Hall is
Coming up
the
next,
original Snow White release. That's
This
a
piece
great
too with the
piece.
famous Tenggren painting on the front of it, yeah.
Yeah, that's fantastic. There's like Snow White themed ads for New York, stores. Get the stick pins only at this store.
Right, right.
It's really
That's right.
fantastic.
And this is when movies used to play in live theaters, right?
Yes.
And then it would probably stay at Radio City Music Hall for a year,
Yeah.
and just only in Radio City Music Hall in New York.
Yeah.
It would be the only place you could see this cartoon, right?
Yeah.
When you think about it, because you look at the box office it did at that time, right? When
Right.
it's only in one theater in every, in major cities, and that's it. It's pretty incredible how
Oh,
many
yeah.
people like to see it.
Yeah. When compared to now, where it's in as many theaters as
Right,
possible
and it
for a
opens
week.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, it opens in a million theaters for a week. Yeah, this
Yeah.
is really limited. You got your ticket like a play, like a Broadway play. You got your tickets way in advance, and
What was really different back then and up through at least the 50s, I think into the 60s, even 70s, was the concept of a roadshow release. And this was the idea that we've all heard of B films, that there were films like the Andy Hardy films and Blondie films that they cranked out like 10 of them a year. They were kind of the equivalent of TV shows at the time. Like they were just these kind of simply produced entertaining things that would come out. But then they'd have these big epic things like Camelot, that those would come out in the big theater. The ticket would cost you more than it would for a B film.
right.
And there were souvenir programs you could buy and stuff, and there were tiers to the theater then, in a way that hasn't been done as much lately.
No, it's not. It's not the world's different, but that was a amazing time to read about, and like I say, these
Yeah.
programs, the books, everything from that time period. It's a great reflection of what was going on.
This book is really
38.
nice too. It's got that little little scar to the front of it, but the pages inside are beautiful. I think it's interesting when all these books on the cover they say linen-like. Like what is that meant to mean?
I think it's just the type of paper, right?
Literally, yeah. It's kind of like between paper and cloth is what it feels like. And I have to imagine that was a durable book for children at the time. Like
Yeah,
not a
well,
little
that's
wet.
Well, I think that's why they survive.
Yeah.
Today, comic books, things like that, they don't survive. Just the paper books don't. Coming up next is that gold coin we were talking about earlier.
It's very interesting.
Yeah, it's very interesting. The price of gold seems to be going up quite a bit. So.
This is it's 1/10 of an ounce of gold, which is about, I checked last week, it's about $330 right now in itself. And then it's this limited edition coin, numbered 5,000 of them they did.
Wow. So this is back for which anniversary? I can't see.
That is the
it says
50th.
87, 1987. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
great. Yeah. No, it's a great deal, I think.
I've never come across this. I mean, they're not floating around there. You don't
No.
see these at flea markets. It's
You wouldn't think so.
No.
You would hope not. I mean, this kind of thing people put away and they save, and with good reason.
and it's rare. I mean, this is the first time I've seen a gold one. We see a lot of silver ounce coins, from
Oh yeah, a
Disneyland
lot of silver.
anniversaries
Yeah,
and
some
stuff.
of those. Yeah, pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
And this is nice. This a Frank and Ollie signed book.
That's a weird picture, but
It is
yeah.
a weird picture at the lead, but
Yeah.
but
Yeah, these are great books. Frank and Ollie. We used to, it's funny. I used to go over to their homes because they lived next door to each other,
yeah,
and they were best friends for life.
Yeah.
Just absolutely best friends for life. I think they met in the 20s, Disney together, and
Yeah.
it's just amazing. And great guys, great people to meet and talk to, and hear their stories. And they had plenty of them, so
yeah.
that's great. And then in the 90s, they were doing these books.
Mhm. They wrote a lot of them.
A lot of them, yeah, the villains book, things like that, which I thought were really great. I mean, it's really they stayed active their whole lives
Yeah.
in animation and with Disney. So I think that was a great thing. And you have some highlights in this auction. Eh?
Yeah. Let's see. What did I pick out on this?
Yeah, first up we got lot 44, a Mark Davis signed Maleficent photo.
I just like this. I worked in the photo library of the archives, and I love a good. This is a publicity. Actually, technically, it's not a publicity still. It doesn't have this. It's actually rarer than that. It's a full print from the negative, but I'm getting technical. But it has a very nice Mark Davis signature on it, which is what I have a large collection of, is photos signed by Disney people. And I like this. Mark's probably my favorite artist of the Nine Old Men in general, with his Haunted Mansion and Parts of the Caribbean work on top of his great animated characters like Maleficent. So it's just a nice piece. I think it's a really nice collectible to have. When I hold a photo like this, I can think of the person holding it and signing it, and there's a connection to them that's real looking at it.
Mark is one of the more popular Nine Old Men, and part of that, I think, part of it's, of course, his great animation at Disney. Part of it's that he lived, one of the last Nine Old Men to still be alive, but also the fact that he was so involved with Disneyland too. Not only with Disney animation, but with Disneyland, and designed so many great characters and rides and things like that over there. I mean, pretty amazing.
His
just
work.
Look back at what he did. Yeah.
Even like one of the first big rehabs of a ride to the Jungle Cruise, when they said, in the 60s, they said, we got to kind of pep this up a bit. He came in to add the humor to the scenes in there.
Yep.
It's definitely a favorite.
Makes me want to grab a handkerchief.
These are great. I hadn't seen these before.
Yeah.
These are books with handkerchiefs on every page as part of the illustration. And
It wasn't in case you started crying while you're reading the book or something?
Bambi's mom does not get shot.
Yes,
in this book, no. Yeah.
That would have been much more exciting. What else you got going in this auction?
Yeah, next up, lot 80, Happy Haunts Mickey and Hitchhiking Ghosts figure.
Well, I picked this one. We have a lot of Haunted Mansion stuff today.
Some great Haunted Mansion stuff.
And it's broken up in two bits. First, we're doing the Walt Disney World Happy Haunts Ball stuff. And this is one of the rarer pieces from that. I think this is the first one I've held myself. It's Mickey kind of looking at the hitchhiking ghost, and he's standing. What's interesting is he's standing on the kind of conveyor belt walkway that you get off the doom buggies onto. And it's just a great piece.
And what did you call this? This is from Walt Disney World, from the Haunted.
The Happy Haunts balls were in, I think it's 2002 to 2004. The last one was called A Ghostly Gathering. They were these special ticketed events with limited edition Haunted Mansion merchandise.
Ah.
Kind of like the happy, I'm getting it mixed up, the Haunted Mansion holiday with Nightmare Before Christmas here at Disneyland. Yeah. So they put out great limited edition Haunted Mansion pieces each of the years that the event was open, and we have a ton of them today.
Oh, that's great.
What's next, Zach?
Yeah, next up we've got lot 125, 1965 Pepsi Cola commercial Disneyland documents.
So this is the kind of weird little thing that I love, because this is the paperwork involved in filming a commercial for Pepsi in the park. We've got 5 photos there that show the talent with a Pepsi machine next to the flying saucers, and I think they're on the Frontierland train station. You'll never see this again.
I was about to say, you know what? I didn't see this commercial. I've never seen a commercial shot in a Disneyland park, except for Disneyland, obviously.
Right.
But for another product. And you would think, with all the sponsors,
that
they would have, that part of the deal would be, we can come shoot, shoot in there. Pepsi, obviously, the official drink of Disneyland at the time.
Yeah.
And sponsored the Golden Horseshoe. They were the sponsor for the Golden Horseshoe, was able to shoot a commercial in there. That's interesting.
And the paperwork is interesting. It lists out exactly what's there, but I believe it's about what cast members do we need working for this. It's like, we need someone to operate the train, but he doesn't have to be in the uniform. We need someone at the flying saucers in uniform. It was all about who would be on camera and what. And then it has a report after the fact of, well, because of rain, we didn't shoot this location on the first day. So it's just kind of interesting production stuff.
Did you ever look to see if the commercial was this?
I didn't. I did a quick YouTube search. And
really?
I didn't hit it, but yeah. Oh yeah. I hope it's out there.
Yeah. Now you're going to make me go look. Yeah, that's great. That's fantastic. Hey, here's one of your linen-like books right here.
There you go. It's very clearly linen-like.
Yeah.
That's got to be. You got to think, if your book was not linen-like, your kids were spilling juice or just wrecking them. So.
That's it.
And they're usually in very nice shape. This is an odd piece. I want to point out, you got to look at those other photos. These Mickey and Donald, there are 2 halves of one book. You flip Mickey upside down, and he was on the back of Donald, and you kind of break them apart to get your Mickey dress-up book and your Donald dress-up book. I know it's a little confusing.
Yeah, I'm confused already.
But if you look at the second and third photo, you'll see that this is actually kind of 1.5 books right here, because Mickey was upside down on the back of Donald. Yeah.
Oh, I got you, to make it look like a solid book instead of cut out the way they are. I get it. Now I get it.
Love these from Scotland. I've never seen these before. This is one of these lots. We look at who's the latest character that's in there. We've got Lulu Bell from Fun and Fancy Free, so we know it's the late 40s, but it's probably before Cinderella.
Yeah.
And just great character art. I've never seen these before. A lot of stuff here that was kind of new.
Unusual stuff. A lot of, we don't here get to see what was made in Europe, at all. But yet they still had huge licensing there, and gigantic amount of merchandise that was just sold over there or used just for that part. And fortunately, they kept the quality control up, and the images are, on model and just fantastic,
Yeah. Do we have some more?
Yeah. Next up, we've got 2 different lots 182 and lot 183. Jack and Sally Haunted Mansion Holiday Prints.
So I wanted to highlight this as, I haven't seen these before myself, but these were offered at one of the earliest Haunted Mansion holidays. Beautiful litho prints of Jack and Sally.
Really?
And there's some items that we've seen come up several times. I haven't seen these before. And I think someone's going to really be happy to win those.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, they're just nice pieces, really nice pieces. And we see a lot of prints, so it's... what do I say? It's notable for me to note one and say, hey, this is outstanding. Yeah.
Sure. There's one more.
All right.
The last one is lot 226, a trio of unused one-day Walt Disney World tickets.
Yeah, these are Walt Disney World tickets, unused, 1 day, 1 park. They are not stamped void. They do not have a date filled in on them.
Really?
Yeah. So those should still be usable, right?
That's my understanding.
I-
Who knows? There's only one way to find out.
I did not describe them as that, but everything is there saying that these are usable. Of course, now two of them predate Disney MGM Studios, so that's not. I wondered if you showed up at Disney, whatever it's called now, the Hollywood Studio,
Sure.
or Animal Park. Are they going to not allow you in with that ticket? I think they probably accept it.
I don't know, here, I use tickets here, old tickets to get into the park here.
Yeah.
And so those old complimentary tickets that were good for a day at Disneyland, they give you a park hopper for. So you
Right.
get to go to both parks with it. So I don't know.
Yeah.
There's only one way to find out. You get them and you go down there and try them out.
And here's another of these rare little pieces, the Icy Frost Twins paper.
Yeah.
Obviously unused because it would be orange. And this is the kind of thing I like to frame and put up in the kitchen. you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
These are great pieces, yeah.
Save these bags.
And following this, these theatrical, these programs, like this is for Fantasia, an original Fantasia program from 1940. Those are great, man.
Yeah.
What a great, and this is another beautiful program with information about, of course, Walt Disney, but about Stokowski and all those guys that worked on this. It's really cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I see this. We see these a lot. I think at some point in time, maybe they had leftovers that just went into the archive or went somewhere. And it came
Yeah.
out. I want to tell you that in the 70s or 80s, these showed up like somebody threw out a box that was sitting in a room.
New old stock.
Yeah, sitting in a room at a theater or at Disney, and that's where they came from. But now they're starting to get a little bit harder to find and a little more rare.
Yeah.
And what's this? I don't even know.
This is a sort
Not
of
this, the piece
unusual
after,
piece.
but this
Oh,
is great.
yeah. Well, the next one, the Ben Alligator Limited. This is a solid silver figure. I should have weighed it, but it's got the base. But
That's funny.
yeah, it's quite large for a hunk of silver. I hadn't seen it before. I think they did an limited edition of 250.
Of the Ben Alligator?
Yeah.
That's very unusual. I haven't seen that at all until just now.
I think we'll see when it comes up. I think it's 90s.
Yeah.
I'm glad somebody bid on. This is an unusual little piece, probably not produced by Disney, but unique from early that kind of stuff. Yeah, Disney Parks 1990, limited edition of 250. It's numbered there. I think it's 18 out of 250, and it's got the.
And so this is for the 50th anniversary, I guess, of Fantasia.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
That's really cool. I didn't know they were making these little solid silver things like this. That's great.
Well, I've been around this Disney stuff since the 90s. This is the first time I've seen it.
Yeah, can't be a lot of them, or we would have seen more of these, I think.
Yeah.
So, that's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
And you also have coming up some ceramics that are pretty cool.
Mhm.
Evan K. Shaw, who was Disney's go-to in the 50s for ceramics. Disney likes ceramics. Walt
Yeah.
Disney loved ceramics. He liked miniatures. He liked ceramics. That was like something he was drawn to, I think. And so we get these Evan K. Shaws that are coming up that he would, help decide who would do it. They used Vernon Kilns and 40s and the 50s. It was Shaw Pottery who
Yeah.
put out a ton of different character pieces for them. And
Yeah, we've seen beautiful stuff from all the different California potters that he worked with.
yeah, it's always California potters too. That's always great. Yeah, I think that's pretty amazing.
And what is it Hagen Renneker? I think the little tiny ones.
Yeah, Hagen Renner.
Yeah, those are beautiful pieces.
Yeah.
I like stuff like this. This was actually probably a common piece
Yeah.
at the time that was sold for just children's room decoration.
Children's rooms, yeah. Just decorative stuff. It was never meant to be a collectible, and that's what makes it collectible now.
This was probably sold for 50 cents or $1 new
Yeah.
at the time, and they were used for a year or so and then tossed out.
Yeah, this is the kind of stuff we find in people's attics, though. Seriously,
Yeah.
no one. I think a lot of times you take down a kid's room and put it into a box and you put it up in the attic. As
Right.
they grow older. They might want that when they grow up.
Yeah, this
That's,
is a sweet little piece, and I love these little unique or rarer things like that. Let me see.
That's great. So here's your Evan K. Shaw. Again,
Yeah.
this was the go-to pottery guy. It was also called American pottery later on, but great stuff. I mean, the figures themselves are almost moving. They're animated. They're not real stiff. Like this is Miss Bunny with her ears a little bit cocked and just a great expression. Very nice piece.
Very expressive pieces,
Yeah.
and this with the thumper right after it is a great pair to have.
Yeah, that's actually a great pair. It really is. Really good pair. But yeah, these pieces just aren't, they're not static looking, and that's what makes them great. You know, they have movement, they have personality, and I think that's why Disney liked this pottery company, and he had his artists work with them, you know, to produce these pieces, and that's a great part of these. Very, very well designed.
Yeah.
That's good. And then we have you know, a big catalog auction coming up in another month or so.
Yes.
That no one knows about except you folks that are listening right now.
Yeah, we've talked a little bit about some of the stuff there. I do have some highlights from that. We can probably, let's save it for a little later on.
I'll save it for a little later. I'm very excited about that auction. It's a really big auction. So there you go. If you got Miss Bunny, you need Thumper. You know, and they just go together like bread and butter.
Yeah.
Peanut butter and jelly.
Yeah.
Abbott and Costello. Whatever you can think of.
And this next one for book collectors, it's a first edition. This threw me for a minute because it's a 1949, but it is a first edition in its way. It's the book has fuzzy elements throughout it, like Bambi is always fuzzy. It's called like a touch me element. But it's a hardcover with a dust jacket, which is rare for a children's book. And it's got the fuzzy elements to it all the way through.
Oh, I gotta see a picture of it when it gets up.
Yeah, it's again a unique piece to see. Then actually, look at this, everything coming up. I like the magazine after that. I like the store display, the iron-on transfers for Davy Crockett. I'd love to see use those now, you know.
Yeah. Hey, we don't see a lot of people using iron-on transfers anymore. Except Zach.
I guess you can just 3D print a T-shirt.
Sure.
That's me pretending I'm a boomer and don't know technology.
Have you, Zach? Have you been to the park recently? Have you had any work?
I will be there tomorrow.
Zach's going to be at the park tomorrow, folks. Let everybody know. His
Are you-
name tag says.
Are you working
Dan.
tomorrow?
I am, yes.
All right. Look for the Dapper Dans and say hi to Zach.
On Main Street?
I'll be the bald one.
Are you on Main Street?
Yep.
And you're the only bald one?
I am the only. Well, there's another bald one, but he's the base, and you
Well,
can
I gotta
very
say,
definitely tell it's not
I don't
me.
want to get technical with you, but don't you guys wear hats?
We do, but we
Okay,
do a
so-
lot of hatography.
Oh, I see. You do
We take it off, put it right back
I'm
on.
not familiar with hatography.
Hatography, you got to take it off at the same time, put it to your chest, and bring it right back up to your top of your head.
Jazz hands.
Interesting.
Bob Fosse.
Jazz hands.
Actually,
It's
created
like where
that.
the Shirelles, the one I was listening to the history of rock and roll. They said the Shirelles did this bizarre. They're the first to do this like hand choreography of the backup girl.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
That was like
Wow.
like revolutionary at the time. Like I don't know what they're doing, but it's not choreography, you know. Just,
Yeah. Oh, here's your Bambi.
Yeah,
I want
yeah,
to come
yeah.
back to the park in a second, but here's your Bambi. Here's your Bambi book.
Yeah, 12 pages of touch me materials, which is the term in the book. I didn't come up with that myself.
That's great.
But you can see that the coloring on him looks a little as a fuzziness. That's all the way through on the Bambis.
And great with these books again. You know, this is from Simon & Schuster, the Whitman books. Disney artists were employed to do all the artwork. You know, so that's what I really like about these books too. There's just the quality art and all of them, just great.
Yeah.
That's great. And here you get two for the price of one.
No. That's a dust jacket.
Oh, what are you telling me?
It's very rare to see.
It has the dust jacket with it.
And the dust jacket's fuzzy too. So they really. I think they had a warehouse full of fuzz to get rid of.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Let's do a Bambi.
I mean, I know this is from the 40s, but I do remember having, I don't know if it was specifically Bambi, but like a fuzzy book that was a Disney book.
I think famously Pat the Bunny is a
Okay.
touch me book. But there's books where there's fur elements or stuff or that have texture. This is a beautiful cover.
That's a great cover.
How many copies of Army Transportation Journal do you have?
Yeah, let me think. I'd have to go count. But you know what's great is this is a wartime, obviously, and a little bit post-war probably for this one. Well, no, it's still wartime. And they, Disney at the time, as part of the war effort, would make more insignias, do all that kind of stuff. They would charge. They had to charge for it legally. They had to charge for it, so they would charge $1,
Right.
to whatever troop needed. And I've had the letters come in where guys, hey, we need a logo for this, this battalion and for this battalion, and I've seen the receipts, $1, and they get a thing back. It's really cool.
And if I remember from in the archives, I believe they cost the studio $25 a piece.
Really?
In work.
Wow.
Yeah, that was the
Wow.
estimate. So of course there's a conversation between Walt and Roy.
Yeah.
Where Roy says, these costs, we're losing $24 on each of these, and Walt said, well, this is part of our war effort.
And a lot of these were done by the guys who, Bob Moore, guys like that who did a lot of this kind of work at Disney, signed Walt's name, made that Walt logo.
Yeah,
basically.
yeah.
So that's it. So that's pretty funny.
And this is, we've talked about, I like countertop displays.
I do too.
They look great in collections, you know. If you
I
have
do,
these in
yeah, no, it's
collection.
great. And you know, what would have been cool is if Jiminy was wearing the shoes that they're advertising there, would have been perfect. You know?
We had one recently, there was a bigger one that has one shoe with it, you know.
Yeah. No, it's gonna be great. I mean, absolutely. And then coming up right behind us is your Davy Crockett iron-on transfers.
Yeah. And then that print of John Hench's Mickey Mouse portrait, you know, that's a studio print. That's basically printed the same as fan cards were. I don't know that they mailed that like fan
You know,
cards.
that John Hench print, that particular one, I forget the title of it now. It's done for maybe the 25th anniversary of Mickey
Yeah.
Mouse,
Yeah.
right? So,
Yeah.
and Hench did it, and that's probably one of the most reprinted images that I've seen. I mean, it just,
Yeah.
I've seen it in many forms and many ways, that particular one.
Yeah.
Very
And that-
famous painting.
And that led to him painting several more on,
Yes.
might have started with the 40th or 50th, but they did more. But every 5 years he started doing them.
Yeah, 1953, and just this one in Walt's, this is supposed to be in Walt's office, right?
It's evoking that for sure.
Yeah.
It's even if it's just Walt's office is seen on TV. That's the feel that it was meant to give.
And he's got a Mousker in the background. I thought
Yes,
that was cute.
yes, that's
Very, very good. Yeah, no, this is just a really famous painting. Is this painting in the archive? You know?
It is. It's been in my car too.
Really?
I say that because there are a few items that you know.
Did you try to get it out of the archive?
I got it out of the archives.
Wow.
I took it out of the archives over the hill. Working in the photo library, my job was sometimes to oversee the art of the photography of valued artifacts. And over the years, you know, the transparencies of this poster became color faded, and you've probably seen them printed in books, kind of pinkish. So in the 90s or early 2000s, I took it to a photo lab, and we had new 8x10 transparencies made of it.
Well, yeah, I've only seen this in an 8x10 print, right? I mean, how big is the painting?
I believe it was hanging in David's. I'm sure it's still hanging in the archives. I'm sure you can see it there. It's about that big,
Oh, small.
with a larger frame. Yeah, it's
Okay.
not huge. You know, someone will have seen it and know it better than me exactly. I think that's about the size of the canvas.
I was at a frame shop here in LA, and I saw my first Norman Rockwell at this frame shop, right? Which was impressive to begin with, but I didn't realize how big those paintings were.
Yeah.
They're gigantic. They're bigger than movie poster paint. You know, they're gigantic paintings.
Yeah, again, there was a Norman Rockwell in the archives that was given. Rockwell gave it to Walt.
Really?
And yeah, they're like bigger than, at least as big as movie posters. I think they're
Right.
wider.
Yeah, they're gigantic.
wider,
I
yeah.
couldn't believe it. He worked in a really large format. What's the painting of you?
I can't remember. It's one of the covers. It's one of the
Really?
Saturday Evening Post covers because it's mostly art at the top.
Interesting.
Which doesn't make sense. Now I can't remember.
No, I understand.
It had a lot of white to it. I know that it was not a fully realized paint.
Now I'm curious to what it is and how. I wonder why he chose that one to give to Walt. Like there's
Yeah.
a connection somewhere, you know.
Yeah, I bet somebody hopefully somebody listening knows is more familiar with it.
I don't know. That's not a big.
It's been years since I saw it. There was a Peanuts original that was sent to him by Charles Schultz or sent to the archives. It had a joke about Mickey Mouse shoes, I think.
So I could get that. See, I could get the
Yeah,
relationship.
yeah,
But
yeah.
what is the Rockwell painting relationship? I'd have to know. You know, I
Yeah.
think that would be really
Did you
interesting
find?
to-
I did find his oil painting Girl Reading the Post, I guess, but it's Walt looking at himself in a mirror drawing a picture of
Oh
Mickey.
no, that's not the original.
That's not the
That's in the
original? Okay.
archives. There's an original that is essentially a random Norman Rockwell painting
Okay.
that I believe was given personally or professionally.
Right. The one of Walt doing the self-portrait is a parody, whatever you want to call it, of a Norman Rockwell painting.
Yes,
But it's not actually a Norman Rockwell painting.
I'll
So.
say tribute. There are a lot of
Tribute.
tributes to that.
Tribute, yeah.
That piece, yeah.
Yeah, which is another very published piece, and that's a much more recent piece, but
Yeah.
that's pretty funny. These piano lessons with Mickey and Minnie.
Now this book, you actually are supposed to tear that keyboard off and put it up above the keyboard of the piano and follow the book in which keys to play to learn to play.
Wow, you know I love all that.
Simple
It's
song.
cyan in between. You know,
Yeah.
At the between the B and the C and the E and the F there, you know, where you don't have a half step, they put
Yeah.
cyan. That's great.
That's very cool. I love the artwork in this area, the Mickey Mouse Club magazines we just passed with the great photography on the cover, the Zorro comics, this Zorro Golden book, beautiful painted covers.
A lot of people don't realize how big Zorro was at the time. You know,
Yeah.
Guy Williams as Zorro. And I think I mentioned this before. We actually sold it to the archive. We had this ink and paint book, a scrapbook that a lady had kept, and inside it was a questionnaire that the studio sent out to the ink and paint lady saying, "Hey, we've got this guy. His name is Guy Williams, you know, and he's going to be playing Zorro. And we don't think we should use the name Guy Williams because there was another actor named Guy Williams at the time. So we're looking for a new name for them." And they had all these suggestions for names, and they were just hilarious.
For
They were
actor
just-
names.
The actor names were just hilarious. Many Spanish
Right.
names and things like that for him, you know, because Guy Williams doesn't come across, you know, as Latin at all. But it was just great. It was a
Yeah.
great questionnaire. It's the only one I've ever seen. I always regret selling stuff like that, but
Yeah, that's the kind of, what did they make? 30 copies, you know?
exactly. Just send it out. Hey, we're just trying to figure out a new name for this guy. You know, if you have any suggestions. But he was big, and he used to appear at Disneyland too.
Yeah.
Yeah, which I thought was pretty. We've had his costume in one of our auctions in the past. His Disneyland costume, because the costume he would wear at Disneyland, they kept at Disneyland. You know, so when he arrived, he'd have a costume to wear, so he didn't have to drive in a Zorro costume to Disneyland. And
I think about that era when you could go to Disneyland and you might see Fess Parker.
Yeah.
Probably they were usually announced. I know I've seen ads where they announce that, hey, Fess Parker, Davy Crockett will be at Disneyland Saturday. But I think you could sometimes be surprised by them.
Amazing if you think about it, and what
Guy
still
Williams.
surprised me, Guy Williams, but more than ever, Walt Disney.
Yes.
Right? Walking around his park.
Yeah.
Can you imagine walking through the park and going, "Oh, there's Walt Disney," you know, right
Yeah.
there in front of you. Even then, you know, he was a superstar at the time. You know, just amazing. It would be amazing now. Do you see any celebrities come by to listen to you guys when you're in the park?
I've always missed them by like a day or so.
Yeah.
In my experience, but there are a lot of people that come. I know Dick Van Dyke likes to listen to the Dappers anytime he's in there, and they always sing Jolly Holiday. They've got a ton of pictures with him doing that. So
Right.
yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, this is a great deal. This is original artwork.
Oh, yeah.
Original
This
art.
is a beautiful piece.
Yeah. What a great deal. Original painting done at the studio for a crossword puzzle book. Probably
Yeah.
more than anything else.
I think it's earlier. You know, we put a range when we're not quite sure. I think it's 50s, but it's got that great look to it.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, you can't go wrong. This price for original artwork, any original artwork, you know, and this is a good-looking piece.
Yeah.
So I think that's great.
You
Great
might find this
classic
printed.
movie, Donald.
Sorry, you might find this printed in one of the Mickey Mouse magazines or
Oh
something
yeah,
like
yeah.
that.
That
you
could
know, one of
that would
those.
be very logical, I would think, to me. You know, but still, again, all this stuff was done in house and just good on model characters, and that's great.
Yes.
So
And Zach, did you find something on the Norman Rockwell?
I think I did. The other thing I found was it was a Saturday Evening Post cover, and it was called "Girl Reading the Post," and it's just a girl sitting on a bench reading a post with a magazine, and it was a different lady's face on it.
That
But
sounds-
it's inscribed by Norman Rockwell to Walt Disney, one of the really great artists, from an admirer, Norman Rockwell.
There you go.
there, that's great. That's what.
Yeah.
Okay, that's-
And there is a lot of white on it, so that's what I was really looking for.
And is the girl sitting on a Disneyland bench by any chance? Because that
No.
would have been the ultimate. but-
So there was probably a correspondence between them.
Yeah,
It
yeah. I
sounds
think
like,
all
you
these
know,
guys
yeah.
talked to each other and you know
Yeah.
went back and forth with each other. Yeah. Have you seen? We get French postcards and Italian postcards. I like them. They're
These-
again great art.
These are neat. Those were stickers. Those
Oh,
are
there's
unused.
here's your Mark Davis photo
Yeah,
already.
that's a nice piece. I love his signature.
What are we trying to say? This is not a. You call this something very specific.
So a publicity still, we often just call these publicity stills. A publicity still will have a billing block on the bottom. It says, we'll say Walt Disney's Sleeping Beauty, a Technicolor feature, and all that information. To me, that is a publicity still that was printed in the hundreds, if not thousands, to mail out to theaters, to newspapers, to magazines, anyone to do this. This is printed itself from an 8x10 negative. Might have been an 8x10 negative shot of the cell and background. But it's the 8x10 negative with that SB number in the lower right. It's SB-C, which means Sleeping Beauty Color Original, because of course the animation is shot in color
Right.
first. And there's no Disney copyright on this, and there's no stamp on the back of it. So this is just oddly a kind of a one-off print to me. It's
great.
from a studio original, but you know, it's just a little rarer. but it's a nice piece.
It's great, and that's a great deal for a Mark Davis signature alone, you know.
I've never seen a rushed Mark Davis signature.
No.
He always printed his name very nicely.
Yeah. No, he's an artist all the way through, but yeah, no, that's a great signature of his, and of course one of his classic characters that he created and made back. So I mean, I think that's absolutely fantastic. Trying to see what's coming up. I know we need to take a brief break before we get back into this and talk about the upcoming auction. But there's some great stuff coming up.
There's some fun, odd stuff, but I'll jump down to lot 47, that Ludwig von Drake TV listing. It's not a TV guide. This is one of the
listing guide. I see.
This is one of the ones that came in a Sunday paper. You know, I think it's from Ohio. Here's the TV for the next week in 1961. I took a look through that. It's really fun to see. You know, it was a different era back then when you're like, I got to be home Saturday at 5 o'clock if I'm going to watch the Beast from 50,000 Fathoms or whatever.
I remember, and I remember waiting for. There was a TV guide that would come out once a year that told you all the movies that were going to be on TV for that year, right? You know, and of course these were movies that were probably 5 years old or 6 years old already before they make it to TV. But you get all excited, go, oh, this one's coming, and I get to see this one, and things like that. It's funny how that goes. That's it. Do you remember True Life Adventures at all?
Oh, absolutely.
I used to watch those on the Wonderful World of Color.
Yeah.
And these lobby prints, because they did movies also. I mean, these were movies, and they were in theaters, but they were also shown on the Wonderful World of Color in segments, right? Yeah.
Yeah. There's some are long, some are feature length, some were shorter. These are odd. These would be called lobby cards, but they're printed on very flimsy paper. So I didn't know quite what to call them. So we call them lobby prints. The Sleeping Beauty cards there are kind of unusual hand-drawn interpretations of the cell art. I've never seen them before. This is a really interesting little set, and you get the two here. The one on the left is essentially, it looks like a German title for the best of Walt Disney's True Life Adventures, which was a feature adapting sections of the shorts and featurettes.
I love all those, and as a kid watching those, they were great. You know, I found out they were all staged.
Well, they're not all staged, but they're largely staged.
Let's throw a cat in with a bunch of coyotes, see what happens.
Yeah.
Whoops. Okay.
Yeah.
Cut. But they're fascinating to me. I really like True Life Adventures. Those are the first nature films. Those are Jacques Cousteau, if you remember Jacques Cousteau.
Oh yes, of course, Jacques Cousteau. Yeah. I used to, when I'd interview Disney personalities, I like to ask them, what was Disney to you when you were a child, before you became a Disney legend? And I remember Margaret Carey, the model for Tinkerbell, she said right away, she's like, oh, I love the True Life Adventures. Those fascinated me, watching them in the theaters. Yeah. And then, in the early 50s, which was shortly after that, she was the model for Tinkerbell.
That's great. Yeah, no, it's amazing. Those were amazing shows, and your only chance to see that kind of stuff. It really was. Mm-hmm. Not like again, we always say this for old people. Not like with the internet today, but it was just that's how we saw things. That's how we learned stuff.
Yeah, this is just indulge me personally here. It's like I like to talk about how things were back then. I mean, it's great. We have nature cameras and stuff, trail cameras. You can look online from around the world. It's amazing. But I like to think about that time when you could only see it like they captured a photo of this jaguar, which has never been photographed, and that was a big deal. It's how awareness of this stuff, first came about.
Here comes your TV listing guy is coming up now too. But I actually remember this being a big deal and to see what was coming.
For us, I think this one is on a Saturday, I remember them from the 70s. And coming with the Sunday paper always, and man, you went right to it. Like there's a page in there that does have all the movies of the week. You can see descriptions of the episodes.
And this must introduce the Wonderful World of Color.
Yeah, this is specifically Kids as Kids, which it's about a month or two into the Wonderful World of Color, that episode. So it's not exactly Ludwig's debut. But he must have been, making enough of a splash. And we always have to note that they made the Wonderful World of Color before anyone had color TVs for the most part, which was really an amazing. Supposedly, RCA kind of sponsored them. Supposedly, RCA television sales went up by I can't remember if it's by 90%, or it went
Sure.
it went tenfold. Like
I bet.
as soon as it was announced, Disney was doing a color
Yeah,
show.
and you got to get a color TV. I get it.
A lot of people that were on the fence were pushed over right at that
Exactly.
moment.
Yeah, by that. So that's it.
And we can get these great, literally Ron Drake mugs when we get it.
Yeah.
We have some of the giveaways too.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
No, that was great. That was a great character. And again, another show. I can go back and watch the old reruns of it, and I love it.
So this is a weird little item. I hope somebody out there appreciates. This has got something like 300 stickers in it. It's an Italian book. It's all different Disney stories stickers for up to Aristocats. So we might have it in the next auction. But this is I never saw a book like this before.
That's funny.
It's kind of beat up, but that's because somebody spent a few years collecting stickers and putting them in there.
Oh really? It's got the stickers in it?
Yeah, it's
Oh, that's
complete.
Nice. Oh,
Absolutely
complete.
complete.
Wow. Should have put that in the title and see what happened. This is great too. Again, anytime original artwork, I jump on it for these kind of prices myself. I mean,
Yeah.
I think it's a killer deal.
These are a little unusual because they're 8 by 10, 10 and a
Right.
half, which is smaller than you typically see back then. But
This is probably for an overseas comic book. They did a lot of those and they were formatted smaller than the artwork was, but still great, still done in the studio. And
this is a great Pluto and Scamp story. They're great.
Yeah, no, those are great.
When
Those
worlds
are great.
collide.
And I have Disney movies from when?
This is 1974, which, again, talking about home, you could actually rent Disney movies for community events or to project it at home.
Oh, these are on 16mm film.
Yeah.
This is what they had available on 16mm film. That's great.
Yeah, this is, look at the 74. I think 77 is when videotape rental was starting
I
out.
love the font.
Yeah. I had one of these catalogs when I was a kid. I got it at an antique mall, and it was fascinating to collect it and to have it. This is a feature-length release of Mickey shorts in France in the 70s. I'd never heard of that before, Mickey Jubilee.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Hey, let's stop right here. Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll come right back.
All
And
right.
you guys keep bidding. We'll come back. We got a lot to tell you about an upcoming auction that's pretty exciting. So we'll see you very soon.
Go ahead.
Hey guys, we're back and we're right in the middle of the what was it Happy
Haunts Ball.
Happy Haunts Ball stuff, which is great and it's going for good prices. These are good deals.
Yeah.
I think when these go on our auctions, they go for quite a bit more.
Yes,
So I
yes
think
they
these
do.
are nice deals.
And this is an odd one just because this is a very nice case that usually comes with a watch. So I didn't quite know how to price this one. We have the great crypt box without the watch. So if you ever
That's
broke your
weird.
box, this is the way to get it. Yeah,
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know. I just thought it was a cool figural piece. You know?
it is a nice piece.
That's why it says "Time to See the Dead." I get it.
Yeah,
And then this pin set, very popular pin set, which I've
Yeah.
seen go for tons. You know?
I want one of these.
Yeah, I know. It's funny. These show up every once in a while, but this is actually a great one. I think brand new and
It's in very good shape. There's magnets so that you can stretch the room. You can
Right.
either show the portrait short or stretched. And the magnets, just the nature of that kind of magnet piece, often the little magnets become loose on one side or the other and stuff.
wow,
This is in very, very good condition, if not like
that's a
amazing.
great picture. It looks great. So
Yeah.
that was I love it. Fantastic. Congrats to who got that. And I like this set too. I think this is a really cool set.
Yeah, this is a big, if you're familiar with the small toy of the hearse that was sold, this is a big solid metal hearse with the watch.
And the watch is with this one.
Yeah, in a coffin-shaped box. Yeah,
I
this
like
does
it.
come with.
That's
with
good.
the watch.
This one comes with the watch. That's
Yeah.
great. Yeah, all these pieces. I've seen all these before in our large auctions. These are great. This piece I think is one of my favorites. The organ coming up is really cool. And of
I
course,
really like the
the
organ.
gargoyle. Anytime you get the gargoyle, I think he's great. So
Yeah.
this is fantastic, guys. And this is well worth bidding on. I like this piece a lot.
Well, this is early 2000s. I think this must have been inspired by the 1999 was the 40th anniversary of the Haunted Mansion at Disneyland event.
Mhm.
Did you attend that one?
No, I did not.
That was, to me, that was the first of the big attraction events at Disneyland. But there were a huge number of people there for the anniversary. Mark Davis was there, Rolly Crump, and Buddy Baker. They when you got off the elevator, they kind of had a greeting line on the way.
Wow.
You could shake hands with them, except for Mark. Mark was seated in the ballroom. You just saw him as we went through the.
Wow, no, I never could get to those events. I was always either working or something was going on. The only way I could get like to Disneyana conventions was when they're in Florida. I had to take a week off or something
Right.
and plan it a year in advance. But the other events I could just never make it to. It was really
Yeah.
hard. But I like this piece too, the pipe organ.
It's a beautiful piece, and it's going for a good price.
It is going for a good price. That's great.
It's yeah.
This
this-
and this was is this the Nautilus?
Yeah, well, famously, it's known that the organ in the Haunted Mansion at Disneyland is the Captain Nemo's organ from 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea.
And that's not an urban legend. That's really true.
That is really true.
It's amazing.
That is I think that is the most widely known bit of obscure trivia about Disneyland.
And you know why they use that organ?
Because they had it.
Because they had it. And where was it?
I don't know where it was.
It was already Disneyland.
Oh, of course.
That's
for
why.
For the walkthrough exhibit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They walked through exhibits and they said, "Hey man, let's move that to the haunted house."
Yeah.
I'm sure that's exactly what happened. I'm just guessing, but that's what
I actually saw an account later, somebody going through the attic found other elements of the attraction, from the haunted, from the 20,000 Leagues walkthrough, other elements of Nemo's furniture and
in
stuff
the
that
attic?
were in the attic.
Oh yeah.
Because, they were in a warehouse at Disneyland, so.
It makes perfect sense. They're right there at the park. It made things easy for them. That was it. And I've always told you, I think 20,000 Leagues, all the native shields
Mhm.
in Adventureland
Yeah.
were just props from 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea.
Yeah.
They were just taken and put up over there because they had that big native scene. So, hey, pretty
Yeah.
smart.
Well,
You're shaking your head, Zach. You're learning things every day here.
I am. Well, because I just found out that there is an entire Disney wiki page dedicated solely to the pipe organ that's in the Haunted Mansion.
Yeah.
I saw once there was a parody site. It was all parodies of. It was a complete Disneyland parody with information pages about fake information about all the attractions, and every single one included hidden inside Star Tours, you will see the original pipe organ from the haunted from 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. That fact is on every attraction. That's why I make the joke.
What a great bit.
Yeah. Oh, and while we were on break, Zach found our Pepsi commercial for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna try it with OBS. We might usually need to restart it, and if we do that,
Wait, don't show you. When does that lot come up?
It's lot 125.
So we
got
got to wait a couple minutes. We'll do
Yeah,
it
yeah.
shortly before that lot. So we'll get to the Haunted Mansion stuff, and then.
But it's neat because the commercial's in black and white and our photos are color, so that's another selling point for them. I kind of wish I'd bid on it and then not talked about it.
Wow. Yeah, this is always a popular piece. Always a great piece. These gargoyle pieces, you know. And again, this is the Ghoulish Gathering. I think this has a drawer with a pin in it, maybe, or something.
This is a larger one. The pipe organ had a drawer. The one we had didn't have the pin. I'm not sure about this.
I don't know if this has the pin. This has the drawer.
This is a big piece.
This has a drawer. Yeah.
He's a big guy here. The
Yeah,
pipe organ is
edition of
nice.
500. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, these are great prices on these, so I think this is great. And then next is the piece you were talking about.
Yeah.
Nobody wants it. Whoops, somebody does.
Oh, wow.
It said no bid yet, I thought, but that's great.
That is a deal for sure. That's the least I've seen it go for. Like I say, this is the first one I've held myself. You know,
And what glows? The ghost glow in the dark? I
It's
see
like
that one picture.
there's a light inside. There's a battery function to it, and there's a light that's just kind of in the middle of the ghost. So in the photo, the other two ghosts are fairly faint.
That's great.
I'm going to say that the electronic features in those first haunted, the ball pieces, are not that spectacular.
Right.
You're not buying them for the glow feature. You're buying them for the sculpt.
Gotcha.
You know, some of them have these very slight, like just this little light on the fence lights up. Like, wow. That's
Fine.
This one's kind of neat. This is the coin with a piece of, I think it's the carpet or the wallpaper. I think it's wallpaper, and then the print. Oops,
My fault. Sorry about that.
no worries.
Oh yeah, this is good. And this is, I guess, again, all from this. Man, a lot of merchandise you could get. They only made 250 of these. So that's
Yeah.
pretty cool.
Yeah, so that 2004 was the last year they did it. I think they had two they called the Happy Haunts balls, and they changed it to Ghoulish Gathering.
All right.
Yeah, and now we're off Disney.
And then we come back on Haunted Mansion in just 1 second. So now we're off Disney. So this is perfect time. Have a couple minutes before we get into our Olympic pins here. And let me. Where did this stuff come from that snuck in at our Disney? And who is Poor Pitiful Pearl?
So now I know this because my mom's a doll collector, and Poor Pitiful Pearl was, I don't know if she originated as a doll, or I think she originated as a doll, and then they went to Hallmark cards and stuff like that
Huh.
in the 50s. And she was billed as this doll that you could give a nice dress to, and pretty up her hair, that sort of thing. So that's it. That's her. I actually really like this Partridge Family. It's two sets
great.
together.
That's great.
Yeah. I might bid on this one if it doesn't go up. All right. I'll talk to you about it after the auction.
No worries.
Got 1 second to go.
That's fine.
But
This
I
is
love,
interesting too.
oh yeah, this is a crazy amount. If you want a Knott's Berry Farm ticket, have a ton of them.
So it's interesting. Now I'm going to ask a question. I can be the first one to say I've never been to Knott's Berry Farm, and I see these are ABCD tickets, just like.
Yeah. Interestingly, there's no A tickets in any of these books, and I think there might be a couple C.
That's the opposite from Disneyland, where what you would always see left over were the A tickets.
Yeah. So these were this is a bit hard to.
I'm guessing they copied Disney once Disney. got
They
that
look
going on.
just like Disney
Yeah.
booklets, basically, with the little card at the front, welcome to our park, and that. Yeah,
Wow,
they're very
never
very
thought of. Like I say, I'm one day I'll go to that park and I can say I finally went to it for sure. And we've had several of these come through.
Yeah.
These are great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now this is the one we have only a couple of them that are signed by 8 cast members, including Ron Howard. We had relatively few of those.
Yeah, all these guys used to come to Hollywood collector shows here, and you could get them to sign all that stuff years ago.
Mhm.
That was a great time.
This is a deal. This is a really nice Warner Brothers Studio Store piece.
Wow.
A nice big cookie jar.
And Gossamer, no less.
Yes.
Very, very popular character, only in a couple cartoons. And
Yeah. I think he became more popular with the studio store.
I think he did too.
Yeah.
I think with the studio store it generated him, Marvin Martian, and they really promoted these sort of odd characters, you know, that
Yeah.
that didn't weren't in that many cartoons and were a little bit obscure. Well, I mean, Michigan J. Frog became their
Yeah,
logo.
he
He's only in
became-
one cartoon, so
And
yeah.
he became the WB logo character
Yeah,
on the
exactly,
TV station.
exactly. And we've had these pins before. We're just getting them back in on this auction. I think we didn't have them the last couple, but these are great.
Yeah.
Absolutely great pins.
These, like we say, these 1988 sort of predates pin collecting as a thing at Disneyland.
Oh yeah, big time.
Of course,
Yeah.
the early pins were all these kind of overall enamel or plastic sheen to them, unlike
Yeah.
the cloisonne that became popular in the 90s.
Yeah, and believe me, there'll be more pins next year
Yeah.
for the Olympics here, and for the World Cup here, I'm sure. Yeah.
So we're planning the next online auction
Yeah.
right now, and you kind of revealed to me one thing that's going to be featured that we were discussing in the last online auction. Popcorn buckets.
Popcorn buckets. Yes.
We're going to have some popcorn buckets. Yeah.
Yes, another part of Disneyland collecting I'm not familiar with that much. You know, just like I never collected the pins, I never collected the popcorn buckets. We just happened to get in a few boxes of various popcorn buckets. So.
Yeah.
And I think they're pretty old. I think they're from some of the earlier
Yeah.
renditions. I don't know if you looked at them or not.
I haven't seen them yet. I
Oh,
know we
okay.
have those. I know we may have a consignor has some Tokyo Disneyland popcorn buckets, which are supposed to be spectacular.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So this could be fun. Come back for the popcorn boxes.
Yeah, I again, you'll hit me with a new one here. I like this particular pin right here because we thought it was volleyball and it's water polo. That's the only reason I like it. You know. Who would make a water polo pin? Who would have thought? You know, so
Yeah.
that's great. I noticed they didn't make a curling pin. I know it's Winter Olympics, but
Oh,
that's
yeah.
what I'm waiting for.
Well, we probably would have labeled it highlight.
Yeah, exactly.
Field hockey.
What is this? You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Curling
It's nice
is-
though. They have Pluto playing all the games with balls pretty much here in this. You know, so.
Yeah.
He plays volleyball. He does water polo. It's one athletic dog, if you ask me.
This is a nice set of it. Is it about 40 different pins they did, or somewhere in there?
They did.
Oh, well, we have them all.
I think it's 40 though. 40 would be pretty amazing.
It's over 20.
Yeah. I
I
mean,
can't.
there'd be things I wouldn't know what they were. Anyway, we'll come back to those.
You want to see the Pepsi commercial?
Also, when's the lock on it?
It's in about 20 lots.
All right,
Wanna do
yeah,
it later.
So, yeah. Let's see it. Let's see it.
Okay.
All right, let's
So we
give it a go.
let's set this up. We talked about this earlier. If you're just joining us,
Lot 125
is
documents and some photos from a Pepsi commercial filmed at the park in 1965.
all right, and we're going to try to show it to you.
Yeah.
Good luck, Zach.
Let's give it a go.
So far,
It's going well.
I'm seeing the black part of the black and white image, but not the white part.
I think it might not be going.
Okay. Well, we can share the title of it on YouTube at least.
Yeah. I'll put it in the chats.
Okay. Okay.
great. Yeah. So if you get a chance, we're sending you the link in chat.
It's fun. It's cut really quick. They showed the. I remember that the documents noted that we need someone to operate the submarine, but they don't need to be in their costume. And you just see the submarine coming out through the waterfall. You know, so you could get why they didn't need the operator there.
All right, so obviously they shot it when Disneyland was closed.
I don't think so. I think they shot it while it was open.
Because then why would they need somebody? I mean, they could just put a camera in front of the
Oh,
submarine.
well, that's a good point. So this was at that time. Disneyland could sometimes be closed on Mondays and Tuesdays, right?
Right.
You know, in the 60s or during the week,
Right.
not off summer. So yeah, no, you're probably absolutely right.
They must have been closed, and because that way, otherwise they wouldn't have needed to worry about who.
You're
was
right. The
operating
notes
what.
would have been, we need security to cordon this area for 4
Yeah.
hours or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, but interesting. I would like to see that commercial, and I will watch it later just to see the flying saucers. The
Yeah.
flying saucer, right?
Yeah, and they're in the photo too. There's a color shot of the flying saucers.
I want to see people operating them because those are the hovercraft, right?
Mhm.
Basically, the air.
Yeah.
Giant air hockey things. So,
Which I kind of got to. I think once I did the new version of them at Cars Land.
the tires thing.
Yeah.
Luigi's tires, right?
Yeah.
Which had the same problems as flying saucers.
Yeah.
So they obviously said,
Is it gone? They did take
Oh,
it
yeah,
out,
it's
didn't
gone.
they? That's
Yeah,
right.
it was short-lived also, probably just like flying saucers. I mean, those came in and came out because they just couldn't move people through them, and
Yeah.
they had too many technical problems with them. Pretty crazy.
You want to give it a go again, Zach? Or do you?
I think it's something that OBS needs me to shut down to bring it back up.
All right.
So I think we might have to call it for the day.
No, don't worry about it. That's okay.
And Mike, I am not able to post that link into the.
Well, what's the YouTube title? First of all, people can find it.
Yeah. The YouTube title is just the Pepsi Generation at Disney is what the title is.
Right.
It was posted 13 years ago. You could also find it under Pepsi Soda Come Alive Disneyland Television Commercial.
Right.
Pepsi Soda Come Alive. I found it. Okay, so I can just get the URL for it here. And
I have it posted on the Facebook.
oops.
So we can get it on Mike's pad, and I can just walk up to the camera.
Perfect.
No, I can just copy it here if I can figure out how to do it in 1 second.
It might not let you put a URL in chat.
It's interesting that it's not.
Some chats don't allow that.
Mm.
No.
I have it in the Facebook chat. If anybody's on our Facebook link, then they will find it there.
Well, there you go. Go to our Facebook link and we'll see it. And if I can figure out how to, I can't even see a URL here.
It should be under share. There should be like a share tab or maybe a three dot. That'll give you a share option.
But I can't. I don't want to share it. I just want the
This is
URL.
people
Well, when
learning how to
you
use the
click
internet.
share, it'll bring up the URL.
Oh, I got you.
There you go, copy.
Got it. Okay. So hey, man, this is I feel like I'm technical now. All right. So now I'll take that link. Let's see if this works. Let's see. Hold on.
Hey, I see it.
There you go. Hopefully I sent you guys to the right place. But if you want to see the Pepsi commercial, there it is. And what year is it? 65?
65, it was the filming
Yeah,
piece.
man. That's Disneyland in 1965, which I think was worthwhile to look at no matter what. I mean, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
I'll definitely be watching it, so that'll be really, really cool. Look at that. I feel like I'm a technical genius now.
You nailed it.
Yeah, I nailed it.
I even checked the link, and it took you right to the page.
My day's over. I'm done. That was great. It's been good. Oh, it's been great. All right, well, good. So let's talk about what's coming up in June.
Yeah, we've got, I did some highlights from that. We're working on that right now.
Yes.
Um,
And it's a catalog auction.
Yeah.
It's an all Disney auction. It's the Disney Studio and the Disney Parks, one of our larger auctions. And it's just chock full of incredibly cool stuff, both from the studio and from the park, I think. I mean, I can't stop looking at the stuff.
so I got together with Brian yesterday. We picked a few things to highlight right now.
Yeah, so obviously we don't have a lot just yet, but it's going to be a Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs production cell.
Yeah, oh yeah, a pretty
Yeah,
cell.
there
This
you
is
go.
an original production cell of all 7 dwarfs.
Yeah, that's a rare sight.
It is a rare sight, and this was put together. These are original production cells. In the late 30s, Disney made a deal with Crevassier Galleries up in San Francisco, which is an art gallery, who approached them and said, hey, we think this is fine art. We'd like to sell it as fine art. And so Disney would send them these cells. They would cut them out or arrange them however they want and put them on these airbrush backgrounds. Early on, like this one, it was an airbrush wood grain background, and then they started to get more elaborate with their airbrush backgrounds.
It's very pretty though.
Oh, it's beautiful. With all that shading and stuff,
Yeah.
it was all airbrush, custom airbrush to fit the cell. And they sold them, for $100 or $50 or whatever it was. And they started distributing them to other galleries across the United States. And I think the first year that they were in business doing this, they sold 10,000 Snow White cells.
Wow.
Yeah, plus they sold some original backgrounds, drawings, all that kind of stuff like that. Just
So-
in Snow White, so
Yeah,
it's
so
crazy.
For context, before this, the studio thought that those cells were basically trash or to be cleaned and reused.
Yeah, they would throw them away, they would trash them, or they would store them and eventually they would get thrown away later. For some movies that, like Crevassier is the only reason, a lot of Snow White pieces survived and Pinocchio pieces, things like that. But some of these short films, the reason we don't see a lot of art from it is because the only art that survived would have been what was taken by an animator at
Right.
the end of the day, or somebody who worked at the studio, or given as a gift to somebody, which is a pretty another way we find artwork. But getting a cellar wall 7 dwarfs like that, perfect conditions, just a great piece all the way around.
Yeah.
And this whole auction has really great quality animation art that is sort of salt and peppered throughout the decades, showing you sort of a evolution of the studio and of their animation, and I think that's really great. But that's
Nice.
a great piece, yeah.
Nice. All right, what's next?
Yeah, next up is an old King Cole Mickey Mouse animated display.
Yeah, so I had to talk about this because I've
Yeah.
been describing these the last couple of days. But I'll let you talk.
I can start the easy part.
Yeah.
Old King Cole, nothing to do with the nursery rhyme, I guess, but was a company that made window displays. And they were licensed by Kay Kamen, my hero, to do Disney-themed window displays for department stores across the United States, so they could advertise toys, whatever they were selling relating to Disney and Mickey Mouse. And you have to remember, Mickey Mouse was a phenomenon. This is around 1935.
Actually, 32 is when they got the
32,
license.
there you go.
Yeah.
32, they got the license. I think this piece is 35 that are close to. Oh, this is
Right.
an early one, so we don't know.
Yeah.
But incredibly cool stuff, and you could buy a static Mickey.
Yeah.
But for a little extra money, you could buy a Mickey that was motorized so that his arm went up and down, or his head nodded, or things like that. And as they progressed, their displays got much more elaborate, and they started doing whole dioramas of this stuff. And they're made out of paper mache, or a paper mache type material that they called
Laminite.
Laminite, that's right, like a laminated paper mache, really, I think
Yeah.
is what it was. And these pieces are delicate and are not meant to last. So when they do come up, I think they're quite rare.
So what's particularly notable about this catalog auction and Old King Cole is how many pieces do we have?
10 or 15, I can't remember,
Yeah. We've got Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs together,
in one lot, yeah.
which is unheard of. It's absolutely unheard of to have that set complete. And there are rare versions. Most of them are these rare versions of Snow White and the Dwarfs that we haven't seen a record of lately, is how I would express that.
Yeah.
Which is with their names on the base as opposed to written on their hats. Really interesting pieces, beautiful. We know the very first figure, they just offered that Mickey that was that same pose as the animated one we have. Now, this is going off Mel Burncraft.
Yes, yes.
But the first year they offered Mickey, and that was popular. They added a Minnie, which we also have. We don't know that those are 1932 figures, but those are the first ones they offered. And then they made many variations. Mel there says that sometimes they did one-offs for requests for those displays.
Wow, yeah. I can
But
see that.
we have Horace Horsecollar, we have an early Donald Duck, 2 Clarabelles, we have an animated and non-animated.
A beautiful Minnie Mouse.
Yes,
Yeah, that's a really nice Minnie Mouse. Yeah, we have had Old King Cole pieces in the past, but we would have one.
Yeah.
Maybe 2. That's
Yeah.
it, because they're that rare. We had a set of Pinocchios once also, which are extremely rare. But
Yeah.
this is, like I say, 10, 15 pieces, incredible collection, and great stuff.
They're really in beautiful condition. They have some typical smudging and edge wear of a paper mache piece that's about 90 years old. The Pluto is in such good shape that I suspected it might have been a reproduction, but it is not. It's the original paper mache. It has that, the paint's in beautiful condition. The paint held up on these nicely, but when you look close, there's this little spider webbing to it.
Sure.
There's a little line
Crazy,
from
yeah.
age.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but they're gorgeous. They're absolutely gorgeous. So that's something to look forward to in this auction.
Yeah, that's very exciting.
Yeah.
What else we got?
Next up, we've got a Kem Weber Disney Studio animation desk.
Yeah, we've talked about these before, and this is a beautiful one.
Yeah, excellent one with those little fold-out boards, to put up storyboards and things like pin boards, I guess you call them.
Yeah.
Yeah, fantastic. And Disney moved their studio from Hyperion to Burbank in about 1940, and when they did that, they're expanding to a big studio because they're having all sorts of success with Mickey Mouse, with Snow White, Pinocchio, things like that. And they get this designer, Kem Weber, to design all the furniture for the studio.
And the buildings.
And the building, yeah. yeah. And when it came to the animation desk, they gave him specific features, that they needed. And he designed these desks, integrating these features that would hold their paintbrushes or hold their paints or, anything like that.
Yeah.
And so these are really unique desks, very beautifully built, and about, I'm going to say in the 70s, Disney Animation, maybe even the 80s, but I think it was the 70s, Disney Animation decided to get rid of all these desks and replace them with more modern desks, and they sold these to the animators who just grabbed them, as quick as they could. These are really great desks. And so now the surviving desks are usually in the hands of animators, and in this case, just like this, have come from an animator's estate, and just a fantastic piece of Disney history. Very desirable piece.
Yeah. Yeah, beautiful. I want one of these, though I have no actual use or space for it, but I absolutely want to own one of those.
And also in this auction is the coffee table. Ken Weber designed coffee table, which I love. So you have a picture of Walt. And it's not a coffee table like what we think of nowadays, this low little thing that sits in front of your couch, but it was a table you would have coffee at. And that's why it's called a coffee table. And it's about knee height, I guess.
Yeah, about.
Yeah, and these guys would sit around there and have some cereal and breakfast and a cup of coffee and sit around this little table that's about knee height. It's a very, very cool piece.
Yeah.
So that's one of my favorite pieces in the auction, believe it or not.
Right. We have one more?
Or? Two more.
Two more.
Next up is a Splash Mountain vehicle concept model.
Just wanted to go for this. It's a ride vehicle model. Yeah. This is pretty big. It's about 20 inches long.
Yeah, it's carved out of, is it carved out of styrofoam or it's carved out of something, right?
I'm not sure. I didn't get a good look at this. Brian picked this one to highlight, and
I'm pretty sure it's carved out of foam or something like that, and painted and just made to be, what is now the defunct Splash Mountain. Oh, did they change the ride vehicles?
That's a good question.
I haven't been on the ride.
Anybody who's been on Tiana's, let us know if they're using the same logs.
Yeah, is it the same log? I would love to know that. You guys out there who have been on that ride.
They had a Brer Rabbit on the front that I've imagined.
I'm sure they've taken off. Yes.
So I got to track some of those down.
I actually have one I'm looking at right now. So.
All right.
Nice. With those Brer Rabbit heads, they took a few of them and mounted them, saying for the opening of Splash Mountain, and gave them to the guys who worked on the thing. And one of those may be coming up in the auction, so that's pretty cool. But yeah, I'd like to know, and anything concept from a ride just like that is extremely rare.
Yeah.
And really, really worthwhile. So.
One more.
Tiana's Bayou Adventure uses the same log-style ride vehicles that were previously used on Splash Mountain.
Without the Brer Rabbit head.
Without the Brer Rabbit. And last, we've got a Mary Blair Cinderella concept.
Oh, yeah. This is a beautiful... Now, I'm just going to generalize. Mary Blair's artwork is always beautiful, but you rarely see faces. You rarely... We've seen some of the Alice in Wonderlands are close-up. This is a rare piece of Cinderella with her and the fairy godmother, very expressive.
And, of course, a key scene in the movie, which are always the ones you want, where they're revealing the dress, the gown.
What's interesting, I didn't think of it, but looking at this, that's not the way that the movie unfolds. This
it's
shows
not.
The fairy godmother showing her the dress and probably magically putting it onto her instead of just, boom, popping it onto her.
That's true. The truth is, the film hasn't been done yet. It hasn't been animated yet, right? So they're just going off of a script or whatever they're going off. And these were more for color palettes, more for the style and of the film than the actual, what was actually going to happen in the film.
And it's interesting as an aside, often the concept art like this or the storyboard artists are the first time that anyone interprets a character visually for these films, often without that much instruction on how to make them look in the later films, for sure. And sometimes they'll come up with something that nails it. I know this happened with Beauty and the Beast with some that just ends up all the way through. It becomes, part of the character and remains with them. So.
That's absolutely a big part of it. And these postcards are doing well. This is a great deal.
It's a big group, yeah.
Well, 15 postcards, but there are a lot of key postcards here, and postcard collecting is still pretty strong, I think. We're still doing very, very well as far as that kind of stuff goes. So that's a great set. But yeah, the Mary Blairs are great. There's about 4 of them in that auction, and then of course there's lots of Disney Park stuff, and a lot of I think that's where we're working in the catalog now. Disney store figures, which I really like those too.
Yeah, those are always great. That's
I was working on those this morning, so that's why they're in my head. So.
Like I always say, for a lot of the country that couldn't get to the parks all the time, the local Disney store was their piece of the magic to go visit. Those figures were a great way to introduce those stores.
No, it's actually fantastic. See, remember, folks, this lot's only 241. Or this auction's only 241 lots, so we're just coming up on about halfway through it. It's a very nice, quick auction. So you guys can enjoy the rest of your Mother's Day weekend and know that you got Mom a special gift right here from us. And it won't be delivered by tomorrow, but just take a picture and let her know.
Yeah.
That's the best way to go. Hey, that was 30 minutes. We can take a quick break.
All
And
right.
come right back, because we jumped in a little bit early, and we'll be back in about...
Well, do you want to hang out for the Pepsi commercial, or should we
Was
let
it
it go?
coming
now?
up? When is it?
It's 1:25. So
Yeah, I'll hang out for
we've
that.
got 10 lots.
I will hang out for that, because I really like these coloring books that are coming up, too.
Yeah,
And,
yeah. The coloring books. Now, 1957 coloring book. That's interesting because look, this is lot 118 coming up. It's a perfect example. It's a 1950. What did they know in 1957? They knew they were going to be building the Matterhorn and the monorail.
Sure.
And they're featured on those as they were in the Sam and Kim maps,
Right,
the
right.
B and C map from '57. So it's kind of neat to see that. You know,
Yeah, they started thinking everything in advance, which I think is great. You know, when the park first came out, all the postcards, all the guidebooks, everything was just concept art, right? Because they really didn't have anything else to show. But by
Right.
here, they have a much bigger plan. They know where it's coming in. We're building this. I'm sure it was already under construction, even though it didn't open to '59. But they got the design of the monorail pretty good, looking at that picture from here,
yeah.
which is pretty amazing. So they must have started, I mean, I don't know if you know, but they must have started working on that monorail really early on.
I don't know the start date of construction.
Not even
Yeah.
design and concept. I mean, they
Yeah.
must have had it from the beginning.
True.
If this is '57, it's only 2 years after the park opened.
Well,
so-
when was the Viewliner? When did the Viewliner?
The Viewliner was there at '55, wasn't it?
I don't remember off the top of my head.
If only
but-
somebody could Google that.
but
Viewliner at 55.
I
Pretty
think
sure it
that-
was there at '55 to '58.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, I don't know, but that is pretty much monorail red there, isn't it? That we're looking at on 180.
Yeah, I'll look better when it comes up.
57.
We'll look at the
57
design.
was the Viewliner.
The Viewliner train at Tomorrowland at Disneyland officially opened on June 10th, 1957, and closed in 1958.
So it was not there very long.
I just think that I don't think that the Viewliner particularly influenced the monorail, but I think it was part of the conversation around.
I'm sure it was, and it was supposed to be a modern train, a modern way of transportation, right?
Right.
And then they went to the monorail.
It did. Now Bob Gurr put that together, right? Did he take
Yes.
the front of a car and cut it in half, basically? Yeah. Yeah.
I'll
The
see
Viewliner's
it
a
going.
great little side note on Disneyland.
And his postcard's a great picture of Main Street in the 1950s, man, or the entrance to Disneyland, the Main Street Railroad Station, which looks shorter here than it actually feels like, because you don't have the porches, I guess. or you
I
can't
think
see
it's
them
the
in
trees.
train, yeah.
I think the trees behind it are much bigger. No.
That may be what it is. It looks so small there. It looks-
Yeah, but look at those posters.
I know, look at them, the attraction posters in the front of that postcard. That alone is worth it right there. That's great.
Yeah, it's
Fantastic.
a beautiful one. So these are always fun, the character books visiting the park.
Yeah, I mean, what a great promotion to have, have Whitman put out these books.
So this is a 1955 book, which means that it was written and illustrated before the park was really there.
Absolutely.
They just had concept art to go on.
Well, you see, what is that behind the Mark Twain? I can't really tell.
I think it's just sort of Frontierlandish.
Oh, it is Frontierland. See, look at the rocket's not the rocket we know. See it?
Oh, is that a rocket?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
That's
just kinda stuck in the
that's like
trees.
a conceptual rocket. That gray rocket that's behind, right where Donald's finger is pointing, is
And look in the front right corner. There's some palm trees for Adventureland.
for Adventureland. Yeah, that's it. But that rocket, we've had concept art by
Yeah.
Ryman that uses that style rocket that you see right
Yeah.
now, not the rocket that we know now, the Tomorrowland rocket, but this more.
I think that's a two-stage rocket where you're in the nose cone.
Yeah.
The nose cone is its own smaller ship that they're
Yeah,
like
so that's
NASA.
it's just like you said. This is obviously written before the park was finished, and so they're using concept art for reference, not necessarily really what was in the park, and so you get that wild-looking rocket there. I like that a lot, man. And look how Tomorrowland's all like dark and shadowy back there, because it was unfinished at the time. So
They kind of didn't know what to do. They said, just
Yeah.
stick the rocket in the back and we'll
yeah,
keep
put a
going.
rocket. Yeah, but I can tell you that rocket's just taken directly from concept art. So it's
But you
very
can
cool.
see that this Sleeping Beauty castle is kind of inexact. You know what I mean?
Sure.
It's from concept art. It doesn't have that specific spire on the right.
Oh yeah.
All these covers coming up are this great 50s magazine.
Yeah, I'm anxious to
coloring
see
books.
this next one,
So,
because now you got my curiosity going. So
well,
there we
yeah,
go.
there he is. So the sky buckets, were the sky buckets 55?
But I don't think so. I think they came with the monorail, with the Matterhorn.
No, I think they were a little ahead. They
Maybe
might have
a
been
little
at
ahead of that.
57.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh, wait. Did the
56.
56.
Wow.
So they built the Matterhorn around the sky buckets.
Yes. There you
Yeah.
go. And then the other cool thing, I'm looking at that monorail,
Yeah.
which looks like a more modern monorail. The first monorail had that bubble on top, didn't it?
Yes.
The pilot seat was up on top, right?
Right.
Yeah. And this looks like what they ended up with later.
Yeah. The Matterhorn. We've got the submarine there. For some, Huey, Dewey, and Louie must have had a fight because they're all on their own rides. at
Yeah,
Disneyland.
they split up. You know, you shouldn't let your kids split up like that. I think this is a lot of Donald's fault, probably. Actually, let's blame it on Daisy because we can't. And that's a pretty, that's pretty interesting. That looks like a more modern monorail. That's fine. But again, they're working on concept art.
This is the one. This is very rare. This is the coloring book I described in fine condition. It is beautiful.
Right.
Like, I believe they're made with the cheapest paper. It was slightly off-white paper. That looked like it was off the rack in 1957.
Oh, this is great too. This is a Dell comic book, yeah.
This is a coloring book. This is a Dell children's book, coloring book, Disneyland coloring book.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's great.
Again, Huey, Louie, and Dewey.
They have their own favorite lands. That's all.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that whatsoever.
But this is 57 with the submarine again, so it's interpreting.
Yeah, oh yeah, and the same monorail.
I wanted to say the previous coloring book, the cover has the monorail and Matterhorn, no pages inside. It was all the content inside was pre-expansion. And these early Disneyland Holiday Vacation Land
The
covers,
best.
beautiful
The
covers.
best,
You could
yeah.
frame any one of these.
Love them, absolutely love them. Great photos there. And there's the, are those the keel boats they're called? No.
Yes, yeah,
They are
that's
called keel boats,
are they Mike Fink keel boats.
Mike Fink keel boats, one of which sunk at Disneyland.
Yeah.
Because they were not stable when they had people on top of them. Did you know that?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, one of these capsized at Disneyland once.
Oh wow.
And for the longest time, I don't know if it's still there, it probably rotted away. It was left as like a wreck along the river in one area, you know.
We'll call it theming.
It was steamy, yeah. I don't take it out. Yeah. But then they replaced them with much bigger, a little more stable keel boats. But
Yeah.
these boats were actually from the original Davy Crockett movie.
The film, the Great River.
Yeah,
Great River
they used them in the
Race.
river race. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I've highlighted this one before because I love the depiction of the bobsled as an actual bobsled in snow.
Yeah. I wonder if that concept ever was that concept. I guess not, but that would have been cool if they didn't have technology, I guess.
Yeah.
Instead of water to have it something, some sort of fake
Fake
silicone,
snow.
yeah. That's great. And there's those sky buckets when they were round instead of square, which I think are really cool.
Yeah.
I've never seen one of those live. I haven't seen a surviving one of those.
I was going to ask, yeah.
You know, we get the square ones. I've always wondered where these ones were.
The square ones date to New Tomorrowland in 66, 67?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
I mean, is there a photo of Walt in the square ones, or is it the round ones?
I think it's the round ones. I don't know.
Yeah.
For sure, though. But that's it. But yeah, those coloring books are just beautiful.
Oh,
Really,
that's-
really good. Oh, I see your Pepsi film. Anything coming up.
We're
That's great.
coming up on, and all the stuff before it. I'm sorry, I love the design on these. The autograph book is great, and the Jolly Roger Inn. Let's talk about that for a second. It's coming up at 124. Is that still open there? I think it's still operated. There's still a hotel property there, but this is on the southwest corner of Harbor Boulevard and Catella. So it's across the street from Disneyland. It's the Jolly Roger Inn.
Really?
Yeah.
See, we had what piece in the last online auction of the Space Age Lodge.
Yeah.
Space Age Lodge.
Yeah. Which was
Again.
a little place. Jolly Roger is huge.
Really?
I remember the Jolly Roger is a place that in the 90s and 2000s you could park there for free and walk into the convention center.
Was it a hotel or just a restaurant?
Hotel.
Oh, it was a
Hotel
hotel.
with a restaurant. And I imagine it is still operated under a larger chain.
Yeah.
It is.
It is.
There you go.
Under
What is it?
Marriott.
Marriott.
There's a Spring Hill Suites by Marriott and a Marriott Residence Inn in what used to be the Jolly Roger Inn.
Yeah.
Oh, it was big then. They got 2 hotels in that space now?
It was, yeah. It was a big property, and like I said, they had a lot of parking that was just open. So, that's,
Wow, that was a time, we mentioned it before, when so many hotels popped up around Disneyland, so many themed hotels.
Yeah.
Because the Disneyland Hotel couldn't take everyone,
Right.
It was coming into the park, so people said, well, let's, build these hotels. And they had a theme, because they were going to a theme park. So this one obviously had a pirate theme, Space Age Inn had the space theme, so it's just great.
So you see that monorail has the bubble on the top. On
That
the
one
case.
is yeah. There you go, you got it right.
Yeah, there you go. I just like this kind of stuff. It's you don't see it often. Children's menu from the Jolly Roger there.
That's very nice, very interesting. Oh yeah, it's coming up right now. So this next one is the piece you were talking about.
Yeah.
The filming that you guys can watch the commercial as we speak.
Yeah.
How many other commercials have you seen in the Disneyland park?
4 candid shots taken during the photo, during the filming.
Yeah.
And the documents. Like I say, it's the report after the fact of what happened during the shooting, what they needed to change and move around. Yeah, this is
Sounds great. And the photos.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, it's really an interesting set. Yeah. Good buy for somebody there. It's hard to price something like this because
Sure.
it's one of a kind, so.
You never know with this kind of stuff. You just have to see.
Yeah.
I love it. That's exciting. I can't wait to watch the commercial again. I love seeing old films and stuff of Disneyland, of the park as it
Yeah.
was. Yeah. I think they're fantastic. All right, with that, let's take a short break. We'll come back and we'll finish out the auction with you. We've only got about 100 lots left here. And 120 lots left, right?
Yep.
Yeah, fantastic. All right, guys, we'll be back in just a couple minutes.
See ya.
Hi guys, we're back. Thanks for all the bidding. Looks like it's going very well. Hope you guys are getting what you wanted. And we're in the Pirates of the Caribbean stuff right now, coming up on the Haunted Mansion stuff. And one of my favorite rides, Pirates of the Caribbean. I went on it, as far as I know, in 68 or 69.
Wow.
That would have been the first time I went on it. 69, I say, I'm pretty sure. Actually, it would have been, when did it open? 67?
67.
It would have been 68.
67.
68 is when we went there. I would have been traveling with my parents at the time, so that's when it would have been. And I remember the first time I was on there. That's one of my favorite rides. Favorite parts of Disneyland. So I love this stuff. And I guess most of this stuff, is this from events also that we're seeing?
Yeah, this one's an interesting little print. That one, it was Disney Design Group made it, but that's from some Florida stuff. Of course, the movies led to a lot of new merchandise, and a lot of attraction merchandise.
Right.
Just at the same time, and then of course the movies were incorporated into the attraction.
Right.
So even more. So you know, the 2000s saw a lot of new, great pirate stuff like this actual compass, you know, from a Disneyland event.
A useful piece you could actually use while sailing. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. This will keep you second star to the right and follow the compass.
That's amazing. Not bad at all. Is this, do you ever go on this ride, Zach?
Oh yeah.
When you work at Disneyland and you have time off, do you go on rides?
You know, I did at Disney World, not so much at Disneyland.
What's the matter? What do you got against Disneyland? Everybody wants to know.
Don't have as long of a break.
Oh, okay.
Right.
And
You got to get out of costume, basically. Right?
Yeah.
You have to get out of your costume, get on the ride, and then get back into costume?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, they do not allow you to be a Dapper Dan on Pirates of the Caribbean.
Do you have to wait in line, or do you have a special way to get in? Can you
No,
go in
you
the
gotta
back
wait in
one?
line.
You
Well,
do.
you do have to wait in line. Before they had the genie, all of the Fast Pass kind of stuff, the genie stuff. When they had Fast Pass back in the day, I would just go to the Fast Pass line and be like, "Hey, I'm an employee. I'm on a break. Can I just jump in really quick?" And usually they're like, "Yeah, go ahead." But now that it costs to jump into those lines, there's a little bit more of a
So they won't
crackdown.
let you don't have like an employee hand signal you give each other,
No.
club signal, gang sign that gets you in? You
Unfortunately,
can't walk in the
no.
exit and get into the thing?
No.
That's so weird. I would think that you could do that as an employee.
I talked our way into Star Tours once after it closed.
Really?
Mm.
They closed the line, and This is when the Darth Vader in Disneyland spot was out.
Mm-hmm.
This is all true. I was not lying here, but they closed it. I said, "Is there any way we could get on it?" They're like, "No, sorry, it's closed." And I showed him my employee ID, and I said, "Tom here." I said, "Have you seen the Darth Vader in Disneyland spot?" So they go, "Oh yeah." I said, "Tom here is the producer of that spot, and he's never been on the ride." And they let us in. So we were the last group on.
Wow.
So it was just being nice, and if they said, "No, sorry, we can't," I would have said, "Thank you, goodbye."
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And that's a trick, I think, to it, is that you don't go up expecting anything.
Right.
Because if you do, then it doesn't end well for you.
Yeah.
But if you go up and ask earnestly, they're generally looking to help you
Yeah.
anyway.
Could you please?
Yeah.
That's big different from, we want you to.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, did you have to go through the training
Mm-hmm.
for like customer interactions and stuff?
I think you're asking, is there like a general training for Disneyland about dealing with guests?
Yeah, there is.
And do they say to you, like, you give a little when you can, or what do they say to you?
Generally, yeah. It's never like, it's never explicitly said to just give people stuff, but it's always, trying to make people have a magical day, as magical a day as possible.
How much training did you have to do like that?
2 days worth.
Because we get for auction those pamphlets and brochures and everything, all that stuff, Disney and You,
Yeah.
and all this stuff about customer interaction and all that kind of stuff like that, and it's just 2 days training.
Yeah, there's something called traditions, which is
Right.
kind of, you go through it and it kind of tells you what the company's about, so everybody's kind of on the same page, or at least try to get everybody on the same page. And then the next day is more like breaking it down a little bit, security stuff, what to do in case of emergency, and guest relations stuff. But yeah, traditions is really fun. Yeah.
That's great. That's great. And I guess they did that from the very beginning, right?
55 was the start of the Disney University by name. So, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I don't know what studio training was before. I mean, in the 90s, it was the Disney University at the studio that had the Welcome to Disney Day. You basically spent a whole day, welcome as a new employee with a general training and talking about being a Disney employee even out in public. Like when, I remember them specifically on day one saying, you might be on a plane and someone asks what you do, and when you say you work for Disney, you're representing the company, and they talked about those interactions and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
This is a popular piece, by the way, that's coming up right now. I got to ask you about Disney University, but this is a really good piece. I like it. I like clocks and watches, so this has always been a fun piece for me. This one, the next one coming up, which is the Black Pearl from the movie.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Which again, interact. They're putting on merchandise like you said. That mixes with the movie and with the ride. Since they're all based on the same pieces. But for some reason, this piece is always. I guess it's just because of the clock. But I've always liked this piece.
Mm-hmm.
With Disney University, so we get this stuff. There's a bigger Disney University in Florida. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There's one here too, right? It's not really a university. It's just what they call the program.
It's, it's an office it's a department at the studio, is the Disney University, that also handles and I remember my information is at least 10 years outdated, so they may have changed. But they always handled employee events and stuff, studio, if they were having Halloween, there was a big Halloween celebration at the studio. That was Disney University that was organizing and putting that up.
Yeah, but is it the one in Florida that there's other things
I
train to or
confuse,
learn?
like there was the public facing, hey, come to Florida for your vacation and you can learn stuff.
Right.
Like they have classes in Imagineering and even like topiary and
yes, that's what I'm thinking.
Things that
That's
you
what
wouldn't
exactly
think of. I believe that's called
Disney University is it's a building that's in the Magic Kingdom employee parking lot,
right,
or right next to it. And from what I understand, employees can take classes that kind of talk about leadership and topiary designs, and you can go into it and gain a skill that could potentially help you to change whatever you're doing in the company or further whatever you already are doing.
But I don't think it's called Disney University, but there at least was this separate thing. Was that Vero Beach where they did the you could take classes as part of your vacation? Like they'd literally be.
I thought it was at Walt Disney World. I thought it was there.
I don't know the difference. Yeah. I don't know where Vero Beach is from Walt Disney World.
A little far.
Far?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
No, I thought it was right there in Orlando. That was my understanding too. Interesting, because I know they've always had the training. Even before Disneyland, for the animators and stuff.
Yeah.
They were big on training, big on learning and things like that. I'm sure that's what translated to Disneyland and how it translated to Disneyland. But I think it's pretty.
Disney,
it's confusing. That's all I can say.
Disney University is the internal training and development arm of the Walt Disney Company.
Right.
Yeah.
There was a separate thing where they offered learn to be an Imagineer. Like you were paying for an experience to take those classes.
I always thought that was in Florida.
Yeah, it was in Florida. It may still be.
Yeah.
And then also here on the East Coast, there was Disney Way 1 was a 1-week program for management where you'd spend a whole week and go to Imagineering and see, real detailed stuff on it. Go to the park and spend 15 minutes in a costume and stuff. When I was management, I never took advantage of that. I was literally too focused on, I have work to do, I can't take a week to do this. It's just, that's just messing around having fun, and I really should have.
They let people be characters? Probably not on outside, but...
Yes, outside. 15 minutes. 15 minutes in the costume with a host, maybe 10 minutes.
But you had to be an employee.
Yes. Yeah, this was for management specifically.
For management, okay.
At the studio, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I'm sure they still do that, because everybody, you'd be talking to anyone who was management. They said, "Oh, I did Disney. What was your character?" They'd say, "Oh, I'm 6'1", so I was the big bad wolf." That kind of stuff. I had a friend that was the White Rabbit that worked in the archives, and she was like, "Oh, these kids come up." She said this little girl came up to me, and she's looking at me. She goes, "I know you can talk. I know you can talk."
Oh.
I mean, just amazing experiences of being in one of those costumes.
Yeah.
That's funny. That's great.
Every kid was scared of Pluto.
Yeah?
Every kid was terrified of Pluto, but whenever they saw Buzz Lightyear, and Buzz has like that hard jetpack, they just smash their head in there and not care because they're going to hug Buzz Lightyear. But with Pluto, every kid was like terrified to meet Pluto.
Interesting.
Yeah. And were you Pluto?
I was friends with Pluto.
Friends with Pluto. Interesting. Okay.
Pluto was a good buddy of mine. So was Buzz and Rafiki
Okay.
and
Oh,
Eeyore.
yeah, I get the code. Yeah.
That's funny. That's great. We're in the Haunted Mansion section now. Ed.
Yeah. So we start off with the general stuff, and then we get to the Haunted Mansion Holiday, which has a lot of great stuff. This is always a popular piece. Technically, in the toy line is the Walt Disney World monorail line.
Right.
Because you could hook up to that and it would react when the monorail goes by. That's all there is to it.
Oh, I know this was part of that set. I didn't know that when you put it together that would happen. I've never seen anybody have this complete set out.
Yeah, I think Phil saw one. Phil saw one with a consigner.
Yeah.
But no, I've never seen. I don't even know how many sets there are. It's just like you go,
Yeah,
oh,
it seems
they
like
have the
there's
Polynesian
a
resort
ton,
too.
Yeah, there's a
Just
ton, yeah.
like, yeah.
But, no, I've never seen that full set out. I wonder if, I think a lot of people bought those to save them in that box, just as we saw right there,
Yeah.
Or you're possibly, just like everything else, you have the intention of putting it together, and you want to get the complete set, but then you don't ever do it,
Yeah.
which is...
Well, here, I don't remember ever seeing, they did both Haunted Mansions. There's a Walt Disney World version.
Right,
too.
and the one here with California Adventure, right, they added that to the...
There's a lot. They look similar. I think the California Adventure toys are not the same hook 'em all up monorail
okay.
thing, but they look like the same type of toy. Yeah. Yeah, these are beautiful pieces. There's the 40th, so that's
Yeah, this is the 40th
2000.
watch. This is great little pocket watch, and or actually a really cool pocket watch, but also
A fun little case.
yeah, the case. The presentation is great, but this is the one I think with 13 at the top of the watch. You'd have to go to that picture of this. I'm sure that's what that is.
Yeah,
And,
number 13 at the top.
Yeah, that's great.
Edition of 300. I mean.
Yeah, that was the great thing about a lot of these events. This had to be an event, the 40th anniversary event, right?
To me, yeah.
So.
Yeah. To me, when you get to 500 and under, that's a really limited edition.
I agree.
Sure.
I agree.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to small things like this that everybody could buy because they go
Yeah.
quick. Pins.
Yeah.
Pins with addition of 100 or 200 or 300 are going to
Yeah.
just fly.
I mean, honestly, pins, even 750 is a small edition. Because the open editions are thousands, I'm sure.
Yeah, without a question, without a doubt.
Yeah.
And good. This is getting some decent bidding, which I appreciate.
So the next item is new to me, and it's a Haunted Mansion hand towels. And when I looked up how much these sell for, they have sold for a very impressive amount before.
Really, these don't have a bid yet, so they're not.
Wow, really?
Yeah, not that I can see on there. I'll see when they come up, but.
Yeah, it was kind of surprising how much they went for.
I remember when we got these, I didn't know what they were. I couldn't figure out what they were because they're in that mesh bag.
Yeah.
They're.
I believe they were a giveaway at the 40th event, so it was we paid for the admission, given to guests attending the anniversary event at Disneyland.
There you go. And have you seen these go for the estimate between 100 and 150? Is that
I believe that I lowballed the estimate because the amount they were at was that they actually sold for us before was
in
real.
one of our auctions?
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yes,
Okay.
they have sold very, very high. So
Oh, that's great. That's great.
yeah.
Yeah. That's great. Someone's going to get a steal right there.
Yeah.
And we appreciate the bidding. It's
Yeah, and
fantastic.
these where it was given at an event, so it's a limited number. There's no specific number that's out there. We don't even know. You never know if you're going to see them again. The Haunted Mansion is so great, though. There's such an explosion of great collectibles since the 90s, since that 30th anniversary event. And I was looking at, you could collect like just the wallpaper and have a big impressive stuff based on the wallpaper. Have a big impressive collection.
And Kevin and Jody, who made this piece, are responsible for a lot of it. I mean,
Yeah,
they did a lot
yeah.
of that stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
they've really done some amazing good stuff. Kevin Kidney and Jody Daly, who are both Imagineers, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well,
but
yeah.
Just do some amazing designs and for reproductions and special event merchandise that have become very popular on their own.
Yeah.
And
Well, they're great at taking the classic designs and adapting them into new merchandise. That's just beautiful. Just
Yeah.
beautiful.
great stuff coming through.
Wow, this is doing well.
Yeah, no, all these are doing very well. And your signed Pumpkin King portraits are coming up.
Yeah. This is the Haunted Mansion Holiday is such an interesting little niche of. I mean, I didn't think of it the same. But you're talking about the Pirates of the Caribbean with the movies. Then the Haunted Mansion, the Nightmare Before Christmas became its own big thing, and it's sort of the Haunted Mansion movie. You know, it's that overlay brings the movie into the attraction and gives a lot of great merchandise every year.
Oh, it's great. Actually, that's one of the, whoever thought that up. Let's turn the Haunted Mansions the night before Christmas at Christmas time. What a great idea.
Yeah, I wonder who started that.
Yeah, because they really, they got it down. They do such a great job. It's really, really amazing.
Yeah.
And I have to watch this next postcard because I have an absentee bid on it, so I'm going to keep an eye on it here. But yeah, all this great stuff. Oh no, it's not that. Is it the next one? Yeah, that's the next
Yeah,
one. That's what is that poster exactly coming up?
So that's the poem that you hear the narrator read as you ride the Doom Buggy in the Haunted Mansion Holiday.
Okay.
It's this, I think we describe it as a twisted version of Night Before Christmas.
Night Before Christmas. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Very cool. Very cool.
Does that cast some info?
It says that the overlay was spearheaded by Disney Imagineer Steve Davison
Wow.
in collaboration with other Imagineers.
That name sounds familiar to me.
Just say what year that came out? Because the movie was 19.
It's early. It's 93.
Is it 93?
If not 92. It was the first film after I started working there. First animated film. Yeah, it was 2001 was the first Haunted Mansion Holiday.
Wow.
So remember, the Nightmare was kind of a cult film for 10 years. It was, came out, everybody loved it, but it was just it was on videotape, and that was kind of it. There was a little bit of merchandise when it was first released.
Yeah, I mean, it took a while. It wasn't like it was instantly in the Haunted Mansion or in Disneyland. And there was, like you say, the merchandise from early on is quite rare because it didn't really have a lot of licensees. Nobody knew what that movie was, and I don't think anybody realized how popular it was. So.
Yeah.
2001 was the first year they had the Nightmare Before Christmas overlay.
Yeah. I attended the event for that. I was at the premiere for that. But I remember, in the 90s, Disney was very specific. I was going to say persnickety, but it's a weird word. But like, Nightmare Before Christmas was a touchstone film. They did not want to release it under the Disney name because it was too edgy for Disney. So they specifically, I think an early trailer had Walt Disney Pictures on it, but it was released as Touchstone. And they were keeping that wall for a long time. And obviously times have changed, and now they would have been very happy if it was Disney from the beginning. And it still says Touchstone sometimes when they see stuff, but it's obviously embraced at the parks, and a huge part is the Haunted Mansion, the holiday overlay. I think it's at Disneyland and Tokyo. I don't think it's at any other parks.
I think you're correct.
Yeah. And they've done, I saw it a year or so ago, I saw they've added Sally into it as a really nice add to it. She's in the graveyard. It's really beautifully done. But these items, like this pin, is specifically from the first year, which they didn't have. I think there was a sweatshirt that said Haunted Mansion Holiday on it. But most of the merchandise was like this. You see, that's a Haunted Mansion pin logo on the case, not a Haunted Mansion Holiday. And most of the stuff was branded Nightmare Before Christmas. I think the little models of like Jack and Sally and the Doom Buggy say Nightmare Before Christmas on the back, not Haunted Mansion Holiday.
Right.
It was the next year when it had Oogie Boogie in it too, that they really branded stuff Haunted Mansion Holiday. How many times can I say Haunted Mansion Holiday?
Can you say it 10 times fast?
I think I just did.
No, I can't. I just tried.
Ha 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 ha.
Yeah, too many H's to get that going. Yeah, all this stuff's doing well, and it should. This is really fun stuff and good stuff. And I assume fairly low editions of stuff because it was just made for that particular holiday.
Yeah.
So, and those were limited to how many people could attend, weren't they?
Yeah, basically, but then it was open, so sometimes you might have something that was a limited edition, larger, that was available in the park for a while. Can you see how big the edition is on these prints? I think it might be as low as 50.
250.
250. Okay, still that's good. These are really nice prints. The pair of Jack and Sally here. But I also
Eric Gross into these.
Yeah.
He signed it, Eric Gross, and that's it.
Very, very, very nice. I know I've recounted this before, but that first Haunted Mansion Holiday, That's when I remember pin collecting really skyrocketing because they were coming out with the pins, the large pins of these stretching portraits that they did of like the wreath and the Nightmare specific.
The Jack and Sally stretching portraits. And stuff.
Yeah. But they were coming out every week. They were coming out with one in a limited edition of I don't remember how much, but on a coffin shaped card and stuff. And people were lined up all the way along the rivers of America past Mark Twain.
Really?
Each week to get
wow.
to get that was when they limited. You could only get 4 or something. So everybody was buying 4. And yeah, it was that really took off pin collecting for sure. Yeah, see, look at these great little character pieces.
Yeah, they're really good. Really good. I actually like Sally a lot. That's a really nice one.
Yeah.
Comes in there, and then you get the what is the gift pumpkin?
That's an odd one. I think that's dated to the next year, and it's an oogie boogie faced pumpkin, and it has a sticker on the bottom that says "Don't sell this on eBoo." It's an eBay joke, but I think it was a gift to attending the event on the second year.
Oh, really? And they said don't sell on eBay or eBoo.
eBoo.
That's fine. Yeah.
That I could only find like one other one referenced online. So,
Really?
but that was definitely like a freebie given to the people at the ticketed event. Yeah.
Oh, that's very cool. I actually hadn't seen that before until this one showed up. That's
Yeah,
why this
same
is
for
the
me.
first one I see, which is odd if everybody got them. They either sold them on eBay or didn't think they were important enough to hold on to like the other stuff. So.
And these flutes are really nice. They're etched with Jack and Sally there, and
I like the little bend in them. It's
yeah,
great.
yeah,
Very
it's
cute.
very in character.
Very cute. Not too bad at all. Yep. What a great ride. You think about how old these rides are. Haunted Mansion, Pirates of the Caribbean. Yet they have to be the most popular rides at Disneyland.
Yeah.
I would think. I don't know what the stats are. Even with the new Star Wars and all that going, it feels like whenever I'm at Disneyland, the line for Haunted Mansion is crazy.
Yeah.
And same for Pirates, both just crazy, so that I think that's a lot of staying power. And who designed those?
Who designed Haunted Mansion?
Yeah.
Well, Mark Davis.
Mark Davis is one of the key designers.
Yeah.
Same thing with Pirates.
Yeah.
And those two rides seem to have the most staying power of anything in Disneyland, I think. And have been replicated across all the parks, right? In some form or another.
Yeah.
Phantom Manor and
Pretty
things
much.
like that. Speaking of the other parks, in the June auction also, we didn't have a highlight of it. We have some Euro Disney posters, I think, that are just amazing.
Oh yeah.
Rare, because they didn't print them like the old attraction posters. They would print 200 at a time. They sold them, if you mail order, things like that. So
You
those
buy 'em for like
those
$1.
show up. Yeah, exactly. The Euro Disneys are like print on demand just for the park, so they're very rare. The only time they get out is when an Imagineer gets them, and we just happened to get a few that an Imagineer designed. And so he got, a copy of the poster, and we have some original artwork for those Euro posters too. It's incredibly good stuff. So I'm excited about that in the June auction. I really like that. Oh, and here's your pumpkin that says "Do not sell on eBay."
Yeah, there's a little eBoo.
We didn't get
It's
a
a
picture
little
of it.
label on
That's
the
too
bottom.
bad. Yeah. Oh, and I guess it is a good boogie. I thought it was just a pumpkin, but now I see it. Now I see the resemblance. Yeah, not bad at all.
Yeah. Oh, 2003. So that's the third one.
And all these they've stopped, huh? They don't do them anymore.
Well, what do you mean?
Do they still have the events?
Yeah.
The holiday events?
Oh, I'm not sure. I'm honestly not sure.
No, it seems like I mean maybe they do, but I haven't heard of them. Or seen
Yeah, I mean I haven't been looking for them to be fair, but those used to be big events with the specific merchandise for Pirates and Haunted Mansion mainly.
Yes. I still see, Club 33, which we don't have a lot of Club 33 stuff in this auction. I think we have one piece that went back there. It seems like every year they do a themed piece of merchandise, like a mug or mug especially, I think, or something themed to something in the park that goes for limited. This last year they did Haunted Mansion stretching portrait mugs. It was a big deal.
Right.
They just happened, yeah. And the year before they did, it might have been A Nightmare Before Christmas too. They did a hot chocolate
Yeah.
mug that had a space for a cookie in
The
it.
space for we've got a couple of those, yeah.
Yeah, which also made, I don't know if that was Nightmare Before Christmas themed also, but they seem to be putting out, new and different merchandise every year, but I haven't heard if there's another
You know what, the
Haunted
last,
Mansion holiday.
think about it, the last events that I've heard of, like last time I was at DCA, did California Adventure, they were having like after 6 o'clock, the park was closing, but there was a ticketed event where you could wear costumes. I think it was Day of the Dead celebrations.
Really?
They've done, have you heard of stuff like that, Zach?
In obviously in like November kind of time, or
Yeah.
I mean I know of Oogie Boogie Bash,
Yeah.
but
I know they've had a few events where like even Star Wars themed, where
Yeah.
people could go in costume after a certain time.
yeah,
And you'd see them in the park earlier in the day,
Right.
in their costumes.
I know that they're in the middle of their Star Wars After Dark kind of events.
That's the kind of thing I'm thinking
Mhm.
of. Yeah.
Yeah, and they also did like a Disney Channel original movie kind of night.
Oh, interesting.
Um,
Right. Well, there was a '90s retro.
Yeah, that might actually
yeah.
be what it was. But yeah, they do those small little separately ticketed events.
Yeah, that's cool.
They used to, maybe they still do, but it's just overly expensive, but it used to be you could rent a land.
Yeah.
Privately, rent a land. It used to be at Disney World, I remember they would rent you like a little square space where you could have a wedding or an event or whatever you want in the park, like in
Interesting.
Fantasyland or something like that. You rent this little area and that's you, and nobody can go in that area. But I know at Disneyland, in fact, we've had stuff come through. In the early days, you as a corporation or you personally could rent a land for like $10,000. You could have Fantasyland. Bring all the people you want, and you have Fantasyland.
I remember hearing that, famously Elizabeth Taylor's 50th birthday,
Right.
She had a birthday that was all of Disneyland. I remember that, and this is in the 80s, and I believe the price ticket just for all of Disneyland at that time was $50,000, which sounds cheap now.
Yeah, I know. You're right. Think about it. It's almost what it costs to just to get in the park. And
Yeah,
so
but I remember in the 90s, like when they did the, remember the 5K events? We've had stuff for that. There was a Pirates of the Caribbean 5K charity events for employees, and you basically saw how they did a New Orleans Square themed event. They actually had In-N-Out food trucks there to handle the food, just to be cheap. And they were playing music like the Rocky Horror Picture Show and stuff, but it was just in basically along the rivers and by the Haunted Mansion.
Yeah. I remember.
They probably had a couple shops open to sell stuff.
Sure.
Because why wouldn't you?
I do remember in Disney World a lot of times when there is like a wedding or whatnot, and they want to get pictures with the castle. Obviously, that's a different price, or another thing to add onto your wedding package. But they would always do it before the park opened. So there would be people taking pictures in front of the castle in their wedding attire with their wedding party or just the bride and groom, and it would be like 7 or 6 in the morning or something like that. So we would see them every now and again when we had, overnights and stuff.
Yeah, I think the park used to close at 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock, right?
Yeah.
And they would also have evening events that they could rent the park out to at that time.
Yeah.
I think, too bad they don't still do that. It's just,
That's when the corporate nights. We've had the flyers for like the IBM night and stuff. Those would be after 6 o'clock on
Yes.
those days.
yes. Real quick, this Radco is getting a lot of attention. This Christopher, I haven't seen these before, so I thought they were really cool. These.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen Christopher Radco ornaments. I just haven't seen these nightmare ones.
No, you're
I think
right.
those are really
These
great.
again, researching them, there's very little to find on them, but
Which is unusual. I never knew these were made, so I think these are quite rare. So and he was a big designer. I mean, he made a living designing Christmas ornaments, glass Christmas ornaments. A great artist, and I've seen him do a ton of stuff. I just never seen these, so I thought these were really cool, and they're getting some worthwhile bidding, so that's great on those. But yeah, I would rent. I wish you could rent the park for anything like that.
I don't know. I think bet they're still open to it.
The Disneyana conventions used to do it, for the attendees. They had 2,000 attendees, and those early conventions was their max number. And they would give you some section of one park, like when Animal Kingdom first opened, they gave you all of Animal Kingdom, actually, for those 2,000 people to just wander through, and that was a lot of fun, because there's nobody.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been in a couple nights, or back
Yeah.
when I was an employee when there was nobody there, and
It's a different experience. It's a different feel
Yeah.
to the park. You know, a little spooky in some places. You know.
I might have said this here before too, but I have had the experience of being the only person on Main Street at night.
Yeah, and I think that would be
was-
great with the
I was-
lights on.
I was there, yeah, the
Yeah.
lights are on, it was
Very
after, it was, it was a Main Street employee event that we were attending for the archives, and we had walked from Walt's office was in the Opera House at the time, and then we were up looking at Walt's apartment, and I walked back early, just not thinking about it, so I'm gonna go back. And then I was crossing Town Square, and I looked to this castle at the left, and I'm like, there's nobody here. I was like, this is just insane to be in that. It was amazing, yeah.
It's really very, very cool.
Yeah.
We'd have overnight rehearsals every now and again at Disney World, and there'd be nobody there except for us in Town Square doing, whatever rehearsal we were rehearsing. And it's just like taking a second to like step out and looking down Main Street and
Yeah.
seeing nobody. And the lights are still all of the lights are on, the castle's still uplit and everything, so it's like it's very magical. I won't lie.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
really cool.
You would do overnight rehearsals?
Mhm.
That's brutal.
Yeah, they suck, but
Like 1 a.m., 2 a.m. you're talking?
I think we would start around, like 1 or 2,
Wow.
because Disney World sometimes will close at midnight or 1 if they have a special event, and so we would start at around 2 and we'd go until about 6. Two
And
to
this
6.
is just so you could rehearse on Main Street?
With
instead of-
microphones and the speakers and
Mhm.
everything,
Wow.
so that they can get the sound right and so that we can understand what we're supposed to be doing.
Wow. Did you get overtime for that or anything?
Depends.
I'm just asking. I mean,
No, yeah, it depends. I mean, if you were a full-time employee, then yeah, you got overtime for it.
Do you encourage the guests to tip the Dapper Dans when they see them on Main Street?
Only the bald ones.
You better take your hat off more. That's all I'm saying. Some more of that hot top. What is it?
Hatography.
Hatography. Yeah. Got to get that going, man. That's the way to go. Pass that hat around. That would be more realistic if you guys passed the hats around at the end of
That was a bit in Florida. Is somebody after we got done singing, somebody would put a hat out and they're like, "Oh, hold on, they paid enough."
Oh, totally unrelated. You just remind me of one of my favorite bits of employee banter I heard once was when Mission to Mars closed. And there were 2 guys performing music in Tomorrowland. And they say, hey, well, after you watch our show, make sure you go and see the new and improved Mission to Mars. And the other guy goes, wait a minute, isn't it closed? He goes, yeah, it's an improvement. Like, wow.
That's cute. That's funny. And they got away with it. That's the beauty of it.
Yeah.
Hey, that's good. You can take a joke. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
We're winding out here. These last few pieces of Haunted Mansion, and then we'll take a very short break and come back. So after lot 198, I think, is the last one to go on this grouping.
Yeah, that 198 is a neat little set there, a box set.
Well, you always pick the ones that there are no bids on yet. It's a 4-piece set.
That's why I talk about it. You know, ideally when I pick the highlighted ones, they're ones that don't have any bids at all. I would say, what's interesting that doesn't have a bid yet?
Really, I pick the ones that have the most views. That's what I think is, because that tells me that more people have looked at them. Somebody must be interested or not.
So I figure they don't need to hear about them.
That's it. That's true. That's true.
So, like, I was trying to say, look, I think somebody got a deal on those Pepsi commercial documents and stuff.
Yeah.
They did not go for a lot of bids, but someone's going to really appreciate that, I hope. And, yeah.
And watch the commercial, which I'm going to do on our break here. That's going to be my commercial break. Is watch that Pepsi commercial and see how it goes.
Yeah.
Here we go. Just get the 2 more now. I want to get down to the one that doesn't have any bids anymore that you talked about, just to see. Here we go. Oh, these are all. I didn't even realize. I thought these were watches. These are pin sets. Again.
These are it's a pin and an ornament. So.
And these are those editions of like $7.50 or so,
Yep,
which are great.
$7.50.
Yeah. You know, again, I mean, I'm sure that at these events, these just sold right out. You know, I can't imagine they didn't.
These are, if they didn't sell out, they were available in the park the next day, and they sold out before the end of the day.
Yeah, without
They
question.
would finish the edition
Yeah.
right then.
That's great.
Yeah. So you can see them since 2001 every year. They're like, how do we do it different? What do we do different?
Yeah, right.
Remember one year they added in that I think each day, like a new present, or each week a new present would open and you see a character in them, and then they'd have a pin for the week of that character.
That's funny.
Yeah, and those are still in the where you get on the dune buggies. They're still
Wow.
in that area. The presents with the characters.
Yeah, no, this is amazing. The whole story behind that film getting made, everything about it. You know, of course, Tim Burton, who was an animator at Disney,
Yeah.
and just great. I mean,
Yeah.
absolutely fantastic. What a amazing piece of Disney history. Nightmare Before Christmas has become, you know, popular wise, and something we watch every year, you know, honestly. So.
I can't believe I'm going to say this, but I'm surprised that they haven't pushed through a sequel. You know, at this point.
Really? That's true.
Don't-
But
I mean-
I think
I mean,
there's probably
I
a lot
am-
of clearances they would have to get to do that, you know?
I am not saying I want a sequel.
Yeah.
I'm saying I'm surprised they haven't. It's like, you know, I'm glad that they finally made. Oh, there's a bit on
Oh,
that.
there's a bit.
That's a good deal for this. The limited edition of 500 box set of 4 pins. Yeah,
Oh, we just showed one. There's 4 pins in this.
that's the box.
Oh, that's the box. Oh, okay,
Yeah.
I see. Oh, I see. The next picture has the 4 pins.
Yeah, that's the art on the inside with the pins.
I thought that was a pin just now. So.
I'm afraid, I hate to say it, but Disney has a talent for making sequels to movies after I care. Like Hocus Pocus, great movie. They just made the sequel like maybe about 15 years too late for me. If they came out with it 3 years, 4 years after the first one, I would have been all over it. I just haven't watched it now. You know.
It was. I actually only realized just a couple of years ago that Nightmare Before Christmas is only like an hour and 18 minutes long.
Yeah,
Yeah,
It's
goes
under
fast.
90 minutes, but it feels. I don't know. It feels longer.
it's full.
Yeah.
It's full. It's a full story. It's all it needs to be.
All right, let's take a really short break right here. We'll come right back and finish the last 20 lots on the auction.
All right.
Hey guys, we're back. Just 20 lots left in this auction, so we'll write it out with you here. And we were just talking about River Country and Typhoon Lagoon. What was the other one? Oh, Blizzard Beach. Yeah. But what'd you do at Blizzard Beach?
I was a lifeguard.
You're a lifeguard.
I was a deep water lifeguard.
Was there deep water at Blizzard Beach?
Mm-hmm.
Just out of curiosity?
Yeah.
Really?
Funny enough, the kid zip line, you can only be 4 foot 3 inches to do this kid zip line, was a 12.5-foot pool.
Wow. So that's where you hung out, was at the 12.5-foot pool?
You'd rotate, but yeah, that was in one of the rotations.
Water parks were big for a while. I'm going to ask, I got to go, I'm going to jump somewhere else. Did you see the documentary on the water park in New York?
Oh, yeah.
Was that Class Action Park?
Class Action Park.
That's great. So one of my friends here in town, Sam, used to go to that water park when he was a kid. So anyway, I just thought it was funny. It just made me think of that. But so River Country is defunct, but it's still there.
Well, I mean, it's moldering away.
Small, yeah.
It's abandoned on
They
Disney
didn't
property.
rip it out or anything. They just left it to rot right there on the property. And then also the other one I always ask about, Discovery Island.
Yeah, I don't know much about them. Was that the bird preserve?
It was at one time, and then it became something else, I think, and then it's just...
It's not the same as Pleasure Island.
No, Pleasure Island is the shopping area downtown, right?
Oh, yeah.
But it was a nightlife place, is how it was kind of...
Yeah, that was Pleasure Island, which was their downtown Disney, which is now called, what is it called? Disney Springs, maybe?
Disney Springs, yeah.
Yeah, that's what that is. But Discovery Island was an island in that bay area.
Seven Seas Lagoon?
Whatever lagoon that is right there. And you could visit it, and it was a bird preserve, and then I think it became like a treasure island for a while or something.
Yeah, because we've had tickets for the change from, before and after the names.
Yeah, that's all I can know. That's all I know about it is what I see from the tickets we get. And that's why I wonder, but I think that's also abandoned over there in the park. Is there anything else abandoned over there in Florida? It was open and no longer is? What about was it a Star Wars hotel?
Yeah. That's supposedly converting into Imagineering offices, which means supposedly they're going back to Imagineering leaving Glendale. Yeah.
If they make it the offices, will they keep all the special effects?
I'm really curious about that.
Why take out those
if you've got a chance to move in and it's, you've got a star window. Yeah, I want that.
Why not leave it? I mean, I think that'd be funny. Oh, your tickets are doing really well. Somebody else must know that it might be good. So
I always describe those very carefully because we
don't know.
We don't want to miss if they're hole punched or stamped. These say good on the date stamped, and they weren't stamped yet.
Right, they don't have a day. The ones I use here don't have a specific day. They just say complimentary edition.
Yeah. So we see some for that are like this is good until this date, 1989. Maybe March 30th, 1989 or something.
Yeah, I do have some complimentary ones for Disney World also. Yes, and here's another crib sheet. We had a bunch of these crib sheets come through, with stuff. I actually like the stickers that are coming up after this too, but I don't think they have a bid. I just like them.
I'm a winner sticker?
They say I'm a winner. How can you go wrong with that?
Yeah, I like those. I didn't, until recently we had some of these lots. I didn't know that they did a gift giver type program at Walt Disney World as well.
I didn't know they did either. I thought this was something else. Did they have a gift giver machine at Walt Disney World?
Well, I'm not sure, but this reminds me of the I'm a Winner buttons from California.
Yeah.
But this was for the 15th year.
15? Oh yeah,
so that's
15. 86.
86, right.
Yeah, you know how I knew that?
You added 15 to 71.
No, I just looked at the description there.
Oh, well, that.
86.
Yeah, but I wrote that. You can't tell.
Yeah, that's how I did it,
Yeah.
That's it. Nobody wants these stickers. We're gonna have
but
to use them around the
wasn't
house.
that basically the same time as the gift giver at Disneyland is like 85?
Oh, I wasn't around for that, so I never saw that.
Well, we've had other lots. I'm saying.
Yes.
I know from here. We've had some neat stuff here. We had the photo of the kid that won the car, with the mouse and stuff. That's pretty cool.
That was cool. That was very, very cool.
I kind of like this brochure. This is the hey, we're going to do this park in a year and a half. So it's all concept art and stuff for Disney MGM Studios,
which is now abandoned.
It's not abandoned. No, what I like. Okay, so this is some trivia we were talking about in the office. Because we were talking about how Disney calls these all attractions. They don't call them rides.
Correct.
Right? But there is the term dark ride that is used.
Correct.
And we said, are there any attractions that have ride in the name? Great Movie Ride is the one we could think of. Do you remember anything else that has ride in the name of the attraction?
Well,
Just curious.
This
This is the kind of pedantic nomenclature we get down to in descriptions.
Well, that's existing now.
Or has existed. I felt like there was a Snow White ride, maybe, or something Snow White that had ride.
I don't think it has the word ride in it.
Scary Adventure.
It's Snow White's Scary Adventure, yeah. I don't think it has ride in it.
And then it's the Mine Train now.
What's the Mine Train one called?
I think it's
Snow
just
White.
called the Seven Dwarfs Mine Train.
What do they call these stagecoaches?
Ride a horse. I don't know.
or the trails there. There might have been a ride there.
Yeah.
And what about the omnibuses and those? Do they say ride on them?
No, they're just omnibus or, fire engine.
Fire engine or whatever like that? Interesting.
Yeah. Well, this is a deal.
This is a deal. This is great. Just that one sticker, that Epcot Center sticker that's on the top, I think we sold for $50, $60. That's a great deal.
Yeah.
That's a lot of stickers right there. Okay, that's something to remember. We need to split those up. Attractions with the word ride in them?
From what I can find, there's only two.
Okay.
The Great Movie Ride
Yeah.
and Mr. Toad's Wild Ride.
Mr. Toad's Wild Ride.
Mr. Toad's Wild. Oh, of course. Yeah.
That's in the name. Yeah, great,
yeah.
great. Very good.
All right.
Very smart. And you could have Pinocchio's Daring
Journey.
Journey is sort of like a ride. You know what I'm saying?
Did you know they designed a dark ride for Herbie, the Love Bug?
No.
I saw the concept art for it. It's like Herbie, and you ride on the Golden Gate Bridge, the cables, the supports up high and stuff, and all this. Yeah, really, really
They
interesting.
could revisit. Now they have Cars Land. They could have a Herbie the Love Bug ride in Cars Land, and it would
They should sneak some Herbie Easter eggs in there,
Yeah,
at
some
least.
Herbie Easter eggs would be in there. The first cars of Disney cars right there.
Yeah.
That would be great.
What else could you get in the Flubbermobile from that? Nobody recognizes that.
Nobody would recognize
The
the
Condor Mobile. That's what we need to see. Condor Man. Any Condor Man fans? Hey, it's our Pirates of the Caribbean socks.
I know, no one's bidding on these socks. This is our last pair of socks. I'm wearing these, I told you. No one buys them, I'm wearing them.
Will you sign them if somebody buys them?
Yeah, okay. I'll wear them and sign them if somebody buys them.
So this was they're in the Walt Disney World section. We should have maybe snuck them up into Pirates of the
Pirates of the
Caribbean.
Caribbean, yeah. No worries, no worries.
This is a nice pair. We've had ones that were not in as good shape as that sold before.
And here's the Mine Train packet.
No, this is
No?
so this
Spanish Walt Disney
is
World?
interesting. It's the Eyes and Ears magazine, which is the Walt Disney World cast member magazine. This is the premiere of New Fantasyland from 2012,
Okay.
and this is a Spanish language edition of it.
Wow.
So I've seen this before. We had the English version. It was very, very nice. This is just it in Spanish on the
That's
inside.
very cool. So
Yeah.
why would this be given to people?
I think this replaced the Eyes and Ears for that week, or the
Okay.
bi-weekly
But
release
do
of
they do
it.
the eyes and ears in Spanish too? 'Cause that's,
I don't know.
It's in a different language.
I know this is the only time I've seen a Spanish copy, but they did it with this map cover is it's a little bigger than your typical Eyes and Ears, but it's presented as an Eyes and Ears magazine, but for that week
And this is the New Fantasyland at Walt Disney World.
in 2012. Which I
2012.
know very little, aside
Well-
from the Little Mermaid adventure under the sea.
Right,
I think
and
that's-
since then they've redone Fantasyland again, right?
There,
When did they add the Snow White section?
that was later, I believe.
Right, they
I
have a
don't know, it
whole-
was in development then. I
We,
thought in
as
development.
you can tell, we're not Walt Disney World people. We don't get down there enough.
You know, I've said, Penn Jillette says that interesting conversations come out of talking about stuff, not just looking them up online. So I like our blind speculation here.
Go ahead and
I
find.
hope- I hope
I'll
people-
have it, and you
Oh.
can blind speculate as much as you want.
And by the way, thank you to the listener who said Mr. Toad's Wild Ride. We just beat him by a second there. Two people
And
actually.
we
Two
cheated.
people actually.
We
said
cheated.
it. And
Zach-
we cheated. We looked it up.
Zach,
Yeah,
Zach
very
cheated.
good.
But yeah, it's a
You
good
both
call.
got it. That's very good. Yep.
So Zach, you have the answer on?
I do. You're talking about the Snow White area that has the mine train in
Yeah.
it? Yeah. Dedicated on May 28th, 2014.
So that was like the later end of the
Oh yeah. Okay.
2012.
Well, yeah, it's already been 10 years.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw that mine train in development in Glendale, the stuff for it. So.
Sadly, that means I haven't been to Disney World in probably 20 years. I would think. Last time
It's really fun.
Well, we went on a Disney cruise and we stopped there, but instead of going to Disney World, we went to Universal because we had never been there, and that was Also very fun. And also I want to go back now that they have that new park at Universal, which looks to be amazing.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
They still got some kinks to work out, but from what my wife Caitlin went to it and she said it was amazing.
Yeah, no, I think a real true. They're raising the bar all the time. They're Harry Potter. Their first time they did Harry Potter really raised the bar, and now they're doing it again. It's supposed to be incredible. So I'm anxious to see it. So
I have some ex-Imagineer friends that are working on that park, and what I see from them is amazing. Yeah.
And they have another park coming up in the UK.
Right. I saw that reading about Abu Dhabi.
Yeah.
No, Abu Dhabi has one already, and they're building Universal in the UK.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's exciting, man. I mean, theme parks all coming from one theme park.
Yeah.
You know
Yeah.
that? Everything, one theme park.
From
1955 from Disneyland, yeah. That's crazy. And before that, nobody thought to do it. That's also a crazy thing. I just think it's really weird, All they had were carnivals and fairs, and that was it.
The closest thing I can find, I'm not saying this breaks it, but there was Hershey Park in Pennsylvania, was just kind of a standing amusement park.
Well, Walt, what I think gave him a lot of inspiration that he would visit was Henry Ford, I think. Was it the Henry Ford Park or something?
Well, there's
What's it called? I'm blanking on it all of a sudden. I'm sure what it is. Had a train ride in it. Had an old town area street.
Yeah,
I think it's the Henry Ford Museum. Actually, I just think is what it is, or that park right there.
And there's the famous is it Tivoli Gardens in Europe?
In Europe, yeah, that also was one of the ones that we went to, and that's what inspired. Even though, and it's been documented, that even in the 1920s, he was talking about building an amusement park. He's talking about this idea he had for an amusement park, and definitely in the 30s he had mentioned it again and again. So, but places like that, the World's Fair, which even though not theme, was just sort of this conglomeration of different attractions and things like that. I think it was all inspired. The earlier World's Fair, we were talking like 33. Those kind of things. We know he went to those, and we know those also inspired him. So these ideas, he's just building this and waiting for the right moment to build the park. So.
Yeah, the 1933 World's Fair is kind of a little bit of a blank spot to me in Disney history. We know the watch premiered there. I'm sure Walt attended. I don't know.
100%.
Kind of more. I'd like to know more about it.
Yeah, 100%. We know the watch was the big deal for, as far as Disney goes. That there was the Ingersoll Mickey Mouse watch, which premiered there. But he's in the middle of this huge Mickey Mouse surge at that time. He was definitely, I'm sure he definitely attended it, and as he did all sorts of parks and things in the United States, like I say, the Henry Ford Park, and then in Europe, the Tivoli Gardens, heavily inspirational in him building his park. Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure it's the Henry Ford one that has the train ride. Is it the Henry Ford Museum or Henry Ford Park?
Yeah, Henry Ford Park can refer to two different locations: the museum or the Henry Fork River Park. I think that's something completely else, something different. But the Henry Ford Museum, let me see.
Could be wrong with his horse. I'm trying to think what that park is. I'll have to do some research on it. We'll talk about it next time. What brought him into the influence here. We're down to the last 3 lots, so I'm just going to remind everybody that it is our hope to have another online auction in about 2 weeks, and we have a big catalog auction coming up. Very big catalog auction. Should be about mid-June.
Very Disney.
Very Disney. All Disney Studio and Disney Park stuff. Something for everybody if you're a Disney fan. I mean, I'm very excited about it. It'll be a 2-day auction, and we're hoping to see catalogs right at the beginning of June. So keep an eye out for those. Keep an eye on our emails. Everyone in this auction probably should already be getting our emails, I hope, and that's how you found out about this one. But if not, if you're not on our email list, just send us a quick email. We'll put you on there for sure. But big catalog auction. Keep an eye out for a couple more pop-up online auctions. We have, including the next one, which has popcorn buckets in it. We're very excited about that. We're not including any popcorn in them, but I still think they're fun.
Yeah, I might put my 1995 Toy Story bucket in that one.
Get out of town. Stop it.
Yeah.
Sure.
Let's see.
I don't want you to.
Opening bid $2.
$2. Wow. Well, that's good. I mean, I think What I saw back there were Snow White jewel cart
Yeah?
popcorn boxes. I don't know where
Oh,
those
nice.
are from, and of course the balloon boxes, which I think were the first ones to come out with the
Right.
balloon shaped boxes, and there's a bunch of them.
Well,
back
we know,
there.
we figured out the figural ones are the 2000s, and there might be some earlier plain ones, like actual bucket shape, but yeah, it'll be interesting, it'll be
Yeah,
interesting.
I think it'll be a great auction. We hope you guys will, well, keep an eye out for the onlines, and then of course the live auction. We hope you guys keep track of that. And if you're in the LA area, we do have a gallery, and we're welcome to come and look around. There's always something interesting going on. If you come in the front door and say, I'd like to meet Ed, then they'll actually get him and bring him out, and he'll take photos with you.
You know,
And,
he's joking, but we're actually like thrilled if you come in and said, hey, you watch this, you know, we're happy to talk with you.
Sure,
show you
sure.
around.
Ed is. But that's it. And we'll call Zach in if he's not at Disneyland. He'll come running in, get a selfie with him, and
I
it'll
don't
be
live too
great.
far away.
Yeah, there you
Yep.
go.
I'll be there.
And again, tomorrow, Disneyland, Zach, the bald dapper Dan, they call him.
I'll be in yellow
He'll be in yellow. You
or
can just-
goldenrod.
If you
is
yell
what
out,
it
"Hey,
is.
Baldy," he'll answer, and that's what you know.
Every time.
Every time.
Yeah,
Every time.
Say hi to him, let us know, Zach, if anybody
Yeah.
watching is at Disneyland tomorrow.
That's a great place to go for Mother's Day. Why
I
not?
told you, our last catalog auction, somebody who watches here came up and said hi to me. It was great.
Oh,
Said,
that's
hey, it's
great.
great to watch you guys talk. So,
Oh, that's great.
so our blathering is of at least some entertainment.
Right. And we're done blathering in 10 seconds, folks. So you have a great Mother's Day weekend. Enjoy yourselves. And we will see you next time. Thanks so much.
All right. Take care.
All right.